Shaps is just chucking up a rough schedule of today's event. Obviously, we still have 2 rounds of qualifying to get through, round 5 and 6. On the schedule, I have allowed for the 5-minute warm-up, the 10-minute run times, plus a 3-minute turnaround. We will have breaks in between rounds, but we will need to run through the qualifying especially pretty quickly this morning. With that in mind, if we can get Superbike Heat 1 drivers to start getting ready, we would like to stay ahead of schedule today. We don't really want to be running all the way to 3:30 where the light starts becoming an issue again. We'd prefer to be finished before then. If that means shortening the break times, so be it. But 3:30 is pretty much the latest we want to be. We'd prefer to be ahead of schedule rather than behind. So if you do want to check out today's schedule, it should be up next to the race sheets. Any questions, feel free to ask. So once again, Superbike qualifying round number 5, Superbike Heat 1 drivers, please start getting ready. We're going to have you on track at 9 o'clock. That is 10 minutes from now, drivers, so 10-minute warning. Superbike Heat 1 drivers, 10-minute warning. We will have stock bike drivers will be out to marshal.
Seven minutes to the start of the race. Up next, race number 1. 1/5 Superbike. Heat 1 of 2. Race order is Rooksy, Adrian Wyatt, Eden, Graham Core, Barry Cheaton.
Good morning to everyone watching onto the stream. We have a big day ahead of us today. 2 more rounds of qualifying to kick things off here at England Park Raceway. The odd light shower moving through this morning. There's still a possibility of one more to come through, I'd say, but with any luck, fingers crossed, weather holds off. Should turn nice and sunny by the time we get into racing action at the very least, hopefully before then. Just a bit more information on the track here. We are located in Brisbane of Queensland, Australia. This is the world's warm-up for the RC Bike World Championships. It's going to be held a little bit later in the year. So good competitive day today. We got racing all the way through the order. We got the Pro Motos coming back out for finals. They'll have their jumps on track. I'm sure we'll see a lot of tumbles. Maybe the odd loose arm here and there. Just about all kinds of action going on in Pro Moto. So welcome back, Steve. Saw a couple comments from you yesterday. Welcome back to the stream. And Garib. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly as well. Welcome back as well. Hopefully you'll enjoy today's coverage. Big day ahead of us today.
Warning drivers, 4-minute warning. Superbike heat number 1 drivers, when you're on track, practicing in 4 minutes. Stock bike drivers, making your way out to Marshall, please. Stock bike drivers, making your way out to Marshall. So first heat up, we'll have Paul Rooks, Adrian White, Eden Watson, Graham and Barry. And stock bike drivers out to Marshall, please.
Rooksy. Barry Cheaton.
Massive shout out has to go out to Jess and Snowy for cooking up an awesome feed this morning. Give them a round of applause, pat on the back if you see them. Incredible feed. Alright, so our Superbike Heat 1 drivers should be making their way up in the stand. The track will be open in about a minute and a half. We should have our stock bike drivers out marshalling. Still looking to cover positions number 5 and 6. Still looking for marshals on positions 5 and 6. So stock bike drivers should be out on track to marshal. Still looking to cover positions 5 and 6.
Six minutes to the start of the race. 5 minutes to the start of the race.
Track is open, drivers. Track is open.
Let's see who had the tyre warmers on and who didn't.
Even. Adrian White. 4 minutes to the start of the race. Three minutes to the start of the race. Two minutes to the start of the race.
Minute 30 till start, drivers. 1:30 till start. Looking for a check-in from Graham. Anyone else has checked on in?
One minute to the start of the race. 45 seconds to the start of the race. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Fifteen seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Track is live, drivers. Track is live. 10-minute qualifying, round number 5. Underway here with Superbike, heat number 1 of 2. First of 2 rounds of qualifying here this morning before we get into some racing action. Adrian White comes out swinging with a 30.127. Barry with a 35.4. Paul Rooks goes to the top of the timing sheets with a 26.562. Eden Watson now with a 29 flat.
9 minutes left.
Adrian White second lap around, a 28.3, improves on his previous lap. As does Barry with a 29.7 as well. Rooksy goes a 27.6, slight mistake on the final corner before the checking loop.
After 1 minute 35 seconds, the top drivers are Rooksy, Adrian Wyatt, and Eden.
Everyone going quick on that last lap around. Rooksy down to a 26.102 now. Adrian White with a 28.2. Barry with a 29.6. Everyone trying to find their feet early in this heat. 2 minutes down. They got 8 minutes left on the clock. Nice line for Rooksy through the chicane there. As he works his way over the line for another lap, this time around a 25.596. Nice work, drivers. Working with each other again instead of against each other out there. Makes everyone go a bit quicker. 26.3 that time around for Rooksy. Adrian White with a 27.4. So gap between first and second out there at the moment, 10.9 seconds. Adrian putting his hot lap in that last time around, 27.4. Backs it up with a 28.2.
7 minutes left.
3 down, 7 left on the clock. Still got Rooksy out front. Adrian in 2, Barry in 3. Eden in 4. Those two only separated by 0.2 of a second.
After 3 minutes 10 seconds.
Barry with a better lap that time around a 28.7. Now jumps 2 seconds in front of Eden. Caution the dog leg. Stay a little bit wide in the dog leg. That'll be all clear.
Six minutes left. After 4 minutes 45 seconds, the top drivers are Rooksy, Adrian Wyatt, and Barry Cheatham. 5 minutes left.
Minutes left on the clock. Rooksy out front, coming around for another lap, this time by 26.4. Nice and consistent low 26-second laps. Out to a 30-second lead over Adrian and 2, Eden on 3, Barry and 4. Rooksy going for a trip across the grass there. Superbike Heat 2 drivers, please be ready. Superbike Heat 2 drivers, please be ready. It'll be a rough lap this one around for Rooksy. Comes unstuck again in the chicane.
Four minutes left.
Caution turn 2, caution turn 2. That's all clear now. Rooksy's next lap doesn't look to be getting any better.
After 6 minutes 20 seconds, the top drivers are Rooksy, Adrian Wyatt, and Barry Cheatham.
Yeah, right. I'll just share it, I guess.
Three minutes left. After 7 minutes 55 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Rooksy, and Barry Cheatham. Left.
Drivers, 1 minute remaining. Adrian White now out on top. He's got 4 seconds over 4.
1 minute left.
Rooks took a second out of him last lap around though. Rooksy pushing high, going through the chicane there. Popping the front wheel up and everything. Rooksy across the line that time by 26 flat. Adrian White working his way through chicane. White across the line that time around at 27.8, so gap remains at 2.9.
After 9 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Rooksy, and Barry Cheatham.
Gap down to 7/10 of a second now
10,
between
9,
Ben Adrian White with only 10 seconds left on the
7,
clock at 27.7 from
5,
Adrian. Nice lap there.
4, 3,
Looks like you're going to have to pull
2,
one out here.
1.
So he works his way through the chicane. Keep going, drivers. Keep on going. Everyone's still live. Keep going to your call done. Looks gets another lap in. Everyone's still live out there.
Adrian Wyatt done.
Adrian
Very
comes across
cheap and
with a
done.
27.9. It's tied between the two last time round. 2 tenths in it between Adrian and Rooksy. Barry, you are done.
Even done.
You're done. Just waiting on more Rooksy
All
now.
drivers are finished. Rooksy done. The race is completed.
27.1 gives Rooksy the top spot in heat number 1 of 2. Rooksy works his way back from a bit of a deficit. Not too much longer ago. A good fight back there. So that is all drivers up. Thank you, drivers. Drivers.
7 minutes to the start of the race.
And straight out to Marshall,
Up next,
please. We've got
race
3
number 2.
minute turnaround, so
1/5
straight
Superbike.
down out
Heat 2 of
Marshall,
2.
please.
Race order is Ben, David, Andy Bishop, Mike Davis.
Up now will be Superbike Heat number 2 of 2. Superbike Heat 2 drivers should be making your way up onto the stand. Superbike Heat 2 drivers making your way up onto the stand.
Six minutes to the start of the race.
Alright, so Superbike Heat 1 drivers out to Marshall. We will need a volunteer, please. If we can get a volunteer straight out there as well. So all Superbike Heat 1 drivers out to Marshall, plus 1 volunteer, please. Up now, Superbike Heat number 2 drivers should be making their way onto the track and up onto the stand. So we should have Rooksy, Wyatt, Barry, Eden, and Graham.
6 minutes to the start of the race.
On track we should have Ben Scary, David Riccio, Andy Bishop, and Mike Davis.
Mike Davis. David. 5 minutes to the start of the race.
Still looking for one more marshal in the middle. If we can get one more volunteer out there, please, guys. Looking for one more marshal in the middle. Track is open, drivers.
5 minutes to the start of the race.
Thank you very much, marshals. So up now we have a heat number 2 of 2 Superbike. All drivers have checked in. Thank you very much, drivers. So Superbike, we have got 3 TQ runs going the way of Andy Bishop and 1 in the way of Ben Scarry in the late night tough conditions. So Paul Rooksy has set time to beat from the previous heat. Did a 21 lap run, 10:13.7, so that is time to beat.
3 minutes to the start of the race. Two minutes to the start of the race.
'Caution back straight, caution onto the back straight.
1 minute to the start
Still
of the race.
there. That is all clear.
Thirty seconds to the start of the race.
20 seconds till start, drivers. 20 seconds till start. Time to beat from Paul Rooks again. 21 laps. 10:13.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Track is live, drivers. Track is live. David Verruccio going to kick us off. Andy Bishop hot in tow. First lap coming around now, so Verruccio coming across with a 25.0, Andy Bishop with a 24.2. Mike Davis will be next across the line. Comes around with a 25.902. Next lap's around, so Verruccio crosses with a 24.6, 24.5 for Andy Bishop. Verruccio and Bishop making their way onto the back straight. Ben Scarry with a crash in turn 1 there. Oh, mistake there for Verruccio. Just lays it down on the side. Manages to recover pretty well. Only loses a couple of seconds, but Bishop now 24.4 against a 27.5. Gap reaches out to 4.2 seconds between first and second now.
After 1 minute,
Mike Davis in the 3 spot. Only a couple of tenths of a second behind Verruccio. Mike makes his way to the line. He's got a bit of a slower lap this time around, so gives Verruccio a bit more room now. Yeah, between second and third out to 5.5 seconds. Your leader, Andy Bishop, with a 24.6. Verruccio with a 24.9. Oh, caution turn 3. Caution turn 3. Verruccio pulling it up, not trying to ride himself to avoid going across the grass. Ends up on the grass in any way. Caution and a dog leg. .245 down, 7:15 left on the clock. Andy Bishop looking smooth, calm and collected out there at the moment. Out to a 30-second lead over Mike Davis, who's struggling at the timing loop. Might need a helping hand.
7 minutes left.
So David Verruccio in the 2 spot again now.
10 seconds. The top drivers are Andy Bishop, Davis, and Mike Davis.
The sun finally pokes his head through the cloud. Hopefully burn any of that dew off the grass. .25.4 last time around for Andy Bishop. Comes across the line this time by with a 24.8. Hot lap out there still with Andy Bishop at 24.214.
6 minutes.
6 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 6 minutes left on the clock. So your leader working his way down the back straight away. Looking at the blue bike, green helmet. In through the chicane is your leader. Second place, David Verruccio. The bike right behind him. In the 3 spot, we'll have Ben Scary, Mike Davis rounding out top 4. Bishop comes around for another lap, another 24.3, not too far off his best lap so far.
5 seconds. The top drivers are Andy Bishop, Davis, and Ben.
Closing in on the halfway mark out here. 5 minutes down, 5 to go. Andy Bishop out to a 33-second lead over David Verruccio in the 2nd spot. 24.241 that time around. Only 200ths of a second off his best lap. Nice consistent laps out here from Andy Bishop. Stock bike drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Stock bike, you'll be up next. Please be ready.
Minutes left.
Andy Bishop last time around at 24.123. New hot lap of the heat. As he works his way through the chicane. Looking for the blue with green helmet out there. Over the timer loop this time around. 24.398.
The top drivers are Andy Bishop, David, and Ben.
So Bishop still pushing hard out there at the moment. TQ in this round will secure it overall. He's already got 3 in the bag, just needs to secure this one, and he will secure the TQ position come finals. Three minutes left on the clock, drivers. 3 minutes left to go. Bishop works his way around the sweeper into the dogleg. Through the chicane he goes, a little bit wide on entry. Recovers well though. So he works his way to the timing line once again this time around. 24.7 again. Mid to low 24s. He's been doing almost every lap. Onto the back straight away that time around. Slower lap this time around for David Verruccio. The gap between first and second out to 45 seconds now. So Andy Bishop in a league of his own at the moment in this heat. The sun really starts to pound down out now. 24.9 again for Andy Bishop. Track will be heating up pretty quickly out there at the moment. Verruccio getting a little bit squirrely as he works his way through the chicane there. Recovers it well though.
After 7 minutes 56 seconds, the top drivers are Andy Bishop, David, and Ben. 2 minutes left.
Less than 2 minutes to go out there, drivers. Less than 2 minutes to go. Stock bike drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Stock bike, you'll be up next. .25 flat last time around for Andy Bishop. This time by 24.3. With 1 minute 30 left on the clock.
One minute left.
Less than a minute to go, drivers. Under a minute to go.
After 9 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Andy Bishop, David, and Ben.
Another 24.3 that time around for Andy Bishop. 25.2 for Verruccio last time around. Ben Skerry comes across the line with a 26.3. Mike Davis working his way to the line last time was a 25.2. This time around will be a 26.1.
7.
So the timer starts to tick on down. Drivers, keep going till your call done. Keep going till your call done. Everyone's still live out there. Verruccio comes across the line to finish his run. 23 laps. Andy Bishop comes across the line with 25 laps to his name. He had 50 seconds over the rest of the field. Cross the line, drivers, you'll be done. So Andy Bishop will take overall TQ for Superbike. Just waiting on Mike Davis, and that is all drivers done. So Andy Bishop securing 4 from 5 qualifying runs, taking the overall TQ. So up next we'll have stock bike. Stock bike drivers should be ready to go through scrutineering. Bikes to the track and making your way up onto the stand, please.
Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, Oscar Varicchio, Brooksy, Kumzi, Peter Chong. 7 race.
So Superbike Heat 2 drivers should be making your way out to Marshall, please. We will need a volunteer out there. We will need a volunteer out there, please. If we get at least one out there. So Andy Bishop, David Ruccio, Ben Skerry, and Mike Davis should be all out to Marshall. Plus one volunteer if we can, please, guys. Stock bike drivers should be making your way up into the stand. So Superbike drivers, Heat 2 should be out to Marshall. Superbike Heat 2 drivers should be out to Marshall. Need a volunteer out there, please, guys. We'll need a volunteer, but Superbike Heat 2 drivers should be all out there. Need positions 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 covered, please. 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 to be covered. Quick as possible for our turnarounds, please, guys. Otherwise, we'll start having to reduce break time.
Five minutes to the start of the race.
Alrighty, driver's track is open.
Kumzi.
Still need a couple more marshals out there. Still need one on positions 5 and position 2. So still need 2 more marshals out there. We should have one more from Superbike. Heat number 2 out there. So our marshalling, we should have Andy Bishop, David Verruccio, Ben Skerry, and Mike Davis. Plus we'll need one volunteer, please. Caution turn 2. Caution turn 2. Should be all clear. So still looking for a volunteer and the other Superbike driver. Once again, we should have Andy Bishop. Oh, right, Andy Bishop's in this run. So we'll need 2 volunteers out there, guys. We will need 2 volunteers, please, as quick as possible. We can get 2 volunteers to the track, please. 2 volunteers to the track.
4 minutes to the start of the race. Brooksy.
Thank you, gentlemen. It is much appreciated. Caution back straight, caution back straight. Still there. That is all clear now, all clear.
Three minutes to the start of the race.
2 minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start. Whoa.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
15 seconds till start, drivers. 15 seconds till start.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Caution over timer loop, caution at timer loop, caution at timer loop. Caution at timer loop still. That is all clear now. Everyone checked in for their first lap around. Andrew Ting with stock bike all sewn up. It's gone 4 from 4 so far. Looking to go 5 from 5 now. First lap around for Andrew Ting at 25.776. 27.8 from Paul Rooks. 28.3 from Josh McComb. Andy Bishop with a 25.2. Goes to the top of the timing sheets. Oscar Verruccio with a 26.0. Peter Chang with a 39.8. Andrew Ting now back to the top of the timing sheets with a 24.631. Rooksy comes across the line with a 28.5, remains in P4. Andy Bishop now across the line at 24.9, goes to the top of the timing sheet by 1/10 of a second. Caution in turn 3, caution turn 3. Right in the middle of the track. So Bishop now holding on to the top spot by 500ths of a second. He crosses the line this time by a 25.4. Is very slightly slower than Andrew Ting with a 24.9. So 2/10 of a second in it between first and second. Andrew Ting comes across the line with another 24.984. Bishop working his way around through the chicane. Over the line, had to correct it mid-corner there as he crossed the timing loop at 25 flat. So gap remains at 2/10 of a second between first and second. New hot lap out there from Andrew Ting at 24.576. Over the line that time by for Bishop with a 25.3. So gap out to a second now from first to second. Oscar Verruccio about 6 seconds behind in the 3 spot. Paul Rooks with a rough lap on this one, trying to get it straightened out before the timing loop. Gets there in the end. Oscar Verruccio going off the track there onto the back straightaway. Back up and running now. Andrew Ting makes his way around for another lap, this time by 24.535. New hot lap for Andrew. Caution back straight. Caution back straight.
7 minutes left.
Caution into after the dog leg towards the chicane. That's clear now.
After 3 minutes 10 seconds, The top drivers are Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, and Oscar Barricchio.
Andy Bishop last time by 24.7. That's his hot lap of the heat so far. Andrew Ting with a 24.6. Extending that gap out now. Bishop works his way through chicane. Nice smooth line there once again. Track looks to be grouping up nicely. 24.9 that time for Bishop with 6 minutes 20 left on the clock. See your leader working his way over the line this time by a new hot lap of the heat again. 24.2 hot lap heaters out there at the moment from Andrew Ting. Working his way down the back straight away with the pink and a white. Leading this one away, looking to go 5 from 5 in qualifying. In through the chicane, a little bit of traffic in front of him, gets caught up in that one. Doesn't cost him too much time, gets a great recovery there. Had 2.5 seconds over Andy Bishop. 27.3 with an incident in the middle of the lap there for Andrew Ting, so gets away pretty lucky on that one. Andy Bishop comes across the line with a 25.4, so Andrew Ting remains in the lead, 0.8 of a second in it now between Andrew Ting and Andy Bishop. Ooh, mistake there again from your leader. Andrew Ting goes on the side. Catches the grass just momentarily there. Doesn't look to have affected him too much though.
Andy Bishop and Oscar Barricchio.
Previous lap for Andrew Ting at 23.997, so he put down a hot lap of the heat. Managed to build that gap up to about 3 seconds beforehand, so he'll probably get away with that mistake as well. Oscar Barricchio that time by 26.4. Paul Rooks with his best lap of 26.6. Bishop works his way to the line this time by 24.8. Gap down to 0.09 of a second in it between Andrew Ting and Andy Bishop. Nothing in it now. Andrew Ting coming across the line this time by back into the 24s with caution back straight. Caution back straight. Stay inside. Stay inside. Still there. Still there. Clear now. Clear, clear, clear. Lead will have a bit of traffic to navigate here. Coming through the chicane. Ooh, makes it work. Make your drivers work with each other. 4 minutes left on the clock.
4 minutes left.
Andy Bishop now in front, 25.0 last time by Andrew Ting with a 26.5. Andrew coming across the line this time by back down to the 24s with a 24.1. Pushing hard out there as is Andy Bishop working his way through chicane. Coming across the line, Andy Bishop this time by puts his hot lap in at 24.646, so remains 0.7 of a second in front of Andrew Ting. Ting working his way around to the line, has a little bit of traffic to contend with at the moment as well. A 24.3 for Andrew Ting goes to the top of the timing sheet by 0.08 of a second. Nothing in it between Andrew and Andy. Down the back straight goes your leader as Andy crosses the loop this time by, puts in a 25 flat. Andrew Ting coming through the chicane. Got 3 minutes left on the clock. Cross the line, Andrew Ting goes back to the top of the timing sheet with a 24.5, gets the gap back out of 0.5 of a second over Andy Bishop. Bishop works his way through chicane there, got clear track in front of him, our leader going down the back straight with another one to navigate. Thank you very much, great driving guys, great driving. Bishop with a 24.8. Only 0.1 of a second in it between first and second now. As Ting comes across the line, a 25.1, had to check up a little bit there. Bishop working his way through chicane once again. Caution at the end of the back straight. All clear, all clear. So just on the inside of the sweeper. Caution on the inside of the sweeper. That will be clear.
After 7 minutes 56 seconds, the top drivers are Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, and Oscar Barricchio.
So Andy Bishop back into the lead now over Andrew Ting. Bishop having a clean run out there. He's got smooth sailing all the way in front of him. No traffic to contend with at the moment with 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Andrew Ting now back out in front of 24.6 against Andy Bishop's 24.7. Tight between these two out front. Bishop comes across the line with a 24.687. Takes back the top spot by 9/10 of a second. Sorry, 900 of a second, I should say. 1 minute left on the clock out there. Just over 1 minute left to go. Andrew Ting now back to the top spot. Puts down a 24.2. Bishop working his way around this time by for Bishop. A 24.4 puts in his hot lap of the heat so far. 900 to the second in it between first and second. Oscar Verruccio with a 26 flat. He'll have the leader Andrew Ting right behind him shortly. 24.6 for Andrew Ting. So gap now back out to 5/10 of a second, waiting for Bishop to come across the line, finish his 22nd lap. Across the line this time by 25.0. So gap remains 5/10 of a second now between Andrew Ting and Andy Bishop. 30 seconds left on the clock.
The top drivers are Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, and Oscar Verruccio.
Final 20 seconds ticking on down now. Thank you very much. Great driving out there, guys. Work with each other. Bishop now clean track all the way out in front of him as he crosses the line. That time at 25.1. Andrew Ting still holding onto top spot. Going to have a little bit of traffic to navigate over the next lap or so. Comes across the line at 24.8 for Andrew Ting. And he is done as well. So all up to Andy Bishop now. Has a 1.2 second deficit to catch up on as he works his way through chicane across the line. It's going to have to be a belter to get across the line. 25.1. So Andrew Ting goes 5 from 5. Still got a couple of bikes working their way around. Looking for Oscar and Peter Chang. Everyone else done. Only Oscar and Peter Chang.
Oscar Verruccio done. All drivers are finished.
That is all drivers done. So Andrew Ting gets it 1.4 seconds over Andy Bishop. Oscar Verruccio coming home in third. Paul Rooks in 4. Peter Chang in 5. Josh McComb not finishing that one. Righty drive, so we're going to be kicking off at 10:20. 10:20. About a 15-minute break here, drivers. 15-minute break. Be kicking off at 10:20. Final round of qualifying to come.
Up next, race number 1. 1/5 Superbike. Heat 1 of 2. Race order is Rooksy, Adrian Wyatt, Barry Cheaton, Eden, Graham Core. 7 minutes to the start of the race. 18 minutes to the start of the race. 19 minutes to the start of the race. 18 minutes to the start of the race. 17 minutes to the start of the race. 16 minutes to the start of the race. 15 minutes to the start of the race. 14 minutes to the start of the race. 13 minutes to the start of the race. 12 minutes to the start of the race. 11 minutes to the start of the race. 10 minutes to the start of the race. 9 minutes to the start of the race. 8 minutes to the start of the race.
Alrighty, Superbike drivers, heat number 1, we'll get you guys start getting ready please. Superbike heat number 1 drivers, start getting ready. Stock bike drivers, please be ready to head out to Marshall.
7 minutes to the start of the race. 6 minutes to the start of the race.
Alright, Superbike drivers, heat number 1, making your way up into the stand, please. Superbike drivers, heat number 1, making your way up into the stand. Stock bike drivers, making your way up to the track to marshal. Final round of qualifying coming up here, guys. We'll get it wrapped on up, and we'll get some racing action. Superbike drivers, making your way up into the stand, please. Superbike Heat 1 drivers, making your way up into the stand. Stock bike drivers, out to the track to marshal.
Six minutes to the start of the race. Rooksy.
Stock bike drivers out there marshalling. Stock bike drivers should all be out there marshalling now. Superbike Heat number 1 drivers.
5 minutes to the start of the race. Eden.
Look at the rest of our stock bike marshals. Then cover positions 5 and 6, please.
Graham Core. Adrian Wyatt. Barry Cheatham. 4 minutes to the start of the race.
Caution in turn 3. Caution in turn 3. That's all clear.
Big welcome back to everyone watching on the stream. We're into the final round of qualifying now at England Park Raceway for the RC Bike World Championship warm-up. Massive shout out, massive thank you to Whole Shot Hobbies, our major sponsor for the event. So final round of qualifying, we're going to have a short break after this round of qualifying before we get into finals action. We'll bring to you 3 mains all the way through the field. Superbike, Pro Moto, and also stock bike.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
Just over a minute till start, drivers. Just over a minute till start. Caution on turn 2, turn 3. Should be all clear.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
20 seconds till start, drivers. 20 seconds till start. Looking at a quick run time, so the final round of qualifying here. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some high laps.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Track is live, drivers. Track is live. Barry will kick it off for us. Just caution come through chicane, drivers. Caution coming through chicane. That'll be all clear. Everyone checked on in, starting off their first lap around for our final round of qualifying. Barry comes around with a 29.2. Next across the line will be Paul Rooks. Rooksy goes to the top with a 25.591. Adrian White with a 26.3. Eden Watson comes around with a 33.2. Graham comes over the line with a 34.5. Caution at the end of the straight, stay a little bit wide. Caution at the end of the front straight, stay slightly wide. Thank you, Marshall. Paul Rooksy backs it on up with a 25.178. Hot lap after hot lap out there. Early days. Almost finds himself off the track there. Oh, clatters the outside barrier. Had to check up a little bit. Gets away with both incidents pretty well. 26.7. Oh, big crash there from Rooksy down the back straight away.
Eight minutes left.
So slow lap that time from Paul Rooks allows Adrian White into the top spot. Adrian that time ran a 26.7. Rooks with about a 27 flat. So first and second heading down the back straight at the moment. White with a 3.6 second gap over Rooksy. So they work their way towards the chicane. Thank you very much.
7 minutes left.
26.7 that time for White. Paul Rooks goes with a 25.7.
After 3 minutes 10 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Rooksy, and Barry Cheatham.
Caution back straight. Caution back straight. Caution back straight. Still there right at the end. Oof. So back straight is clear. Adrian White still leading the way out there. He's got 11 seconds now over Paul Rooks.
6 minutes left.
27.5, sorry, 27.8 that time around for Adrian White. Paul Rooks with a 28.5. Whoa. Need a marshal after the chicane. So there's a couple in the middle here, guys. Another one next to the straight there, Josh. Josh getting a bit of a workout out there in the middle.
After 4 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Rooksy, and Barry Cheatham.
Caution coming towards the timer loop. Josh, there'll be another one here. And another one behind you again there, Josh. So Paul Rooks now out in front. Slow last lap, unfortunately, for Adrian. Getting caught up, I think, in that centre crash fest. Caution turn 1, caution in turn 1. Caution turn 1. Still there, stay a little bit wide in turn 1. That will be clear. Caution in turn 3 now. Caution into turn 3. I'll be... oh, not quite.
After 6 minutes 21 seconds, the top drivers are Rooksy, Adrian Wyatt, and Barry Cheatham. Three minutes left.
So just over 2.5 minutes remaining, drivers. Superbike Heat 1 on track at the moment. Superbike Heat 2 drivers, please be ready. Superbike Heat 2 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Rooksy with a big roll down the back straight away there. Ended up off onto the grass.
Drivers are Rooksy, Adrian Wyatt, 2 minutes, and Barry Cheatham.
Are you all good?
Last time round for Paul Rook, puts down hot lap of the heat, 25 flat. Won't be able to back it up slower lap this time around. Minute 30 left on the clock, drivers. Drivers in Superbike Heat number 2, please be ready. Superbike Heat 2 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. $26.0 that time around for Paul Rooks. Paul actually on for a PB run so far this weekend.
1 minute left.
Oh! And just touches the outside grass and goes for a big roll down the back straight again. Caution through chicane, caution through chicane. Caution on front straight, caution onto front straight.
After 9 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Rooksy, and Barry Cheatham.
That is clear.
Nine.
10-second timer ticking on down here in our final round of qualifying with Heat 1 of 2 Superbike. Heat 2 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Keep going to your call done. Everyone's still live out there.
Eden done.
Eden on your driver done. Cross the line now and you will be finished. Cross the line, you'll be finished.
Adrian Wyatt done. Brooksy done.
Just waiting on Graham, and we are all done.
Completed.
Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Superbike Heat 1 drivers, bikes to your bench, and straight out to Marshall, please. Thank you very much for those marshals out there. Up now, Superbike Heat number 2 of 2. Final round of qualifying for Superbike.
Race number 2. 1/5 Superbike. Heat 2 of 2. Race order is Andy Bishop, David, Ben, Mike Davis. Six minutes to the start of the race.
Checking in, Cooper Harris. How's it going, Coop? Superbike Heat 2 drivers, making your way up into the stand, please. Superbike Heat 2 drivers, making your way up into the stand. Superbike Heat 1 drivers should be making your way out to Marshall.
David.
So I need our Superbike Heat 1 drivers out there, please. Superbike Heat 1 drivers out to Marshall. Quick as possible, please, guys.
5 minutes to the start of the race.
Track is open, drivers. Track is open.
Ben.
Still looking for one of our Superbike Heat 1 drivers. Should have Paul Rooks, Adrian White, Barry, Ida Watson, and Graham. Thank you very much, guys.
4 minutes to the start of the race. Andy Bishop.
3 minutes till start, drivers. 3 minutes till start. Everyone checked on in. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
1 minute till start, drivers. 1 minute till start.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. 30 seconds to the start of the race. 15 seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
We are live, drivers. We are live. Everyone checking on through, starting their first laps around. First lap around for David Verruccio, a 25.0. Andy Bishop comes across the line with a 24.4. 25.4 from Ben Scarry. Mike Davis with a 26.7. Early advantage going towards Andy Bishop. Andy making a mistake on his second lap around though. By the looks of it, drops behind Ben Scarry on track. So David Verruccio goes to the top of the timing sheet. Ben Scarry in 2. Andy Bishop down to 3. Mike Davis holding on to 4. David Verruccio coming across the line this time around at 24.9.
After 1 minute 35 seconds, the top drivers are David, Ben, and Andy Bishop.
Ben Scarry that last time around at 25.0, his PB lap so far in this heat. Mike Davis ends up on the grass in the centre field at the moment. Back on track, away he goes now. Verruccio puts down a 24.7, his PB lap. Ben Scurry with his PB lap as well that time around, a 25.0, 24.8 from Andy Bishop. He has gone quicker though in his first lap. Oh, Ben going for a stack there right next to the camera. Back on the way now. They will dropping down to at least third. So Andy Bishop now back up to the 2 spot, trying to close back in on David Verruccio. Verruccio has a 6-second gap over Andy. Verruccio putting down hot lap of the heat so far, 24.393. Andy Bishop fires back though, a 24.270, new hot lap of the heat.
7 minutes left.
Verruccio making his way to the line this time around, looking like another clean lap, at 24.311. So hot laps coming in thick and fast at the moment.
After 3 minutes,
Andy Bishop working his way through the centre field onto the main straightaway now. Crossing the loop at 24.9, so he's still 6 seconds behind David Verruccio. Verruccio navigating a couple of bikes stuck there through the infield. Doesn't cost him too much time at 24.9. Andy Bishop now coming around. Put his 8th lap down as he crosses the loop. 23.984, new hot lap going towards Andy Bishop. Andy with a little bit of traffic to navigate up ahead. David Verruccio clean air in front of him as he crosses the line this time by a 24 flat for David Verruccio. Andy Bishop in the 2 spot trying to close back in on David Verruccio. Comes across the line with a blue with green helmet at 24.5. So advantage that lap around for David Verruccio. David going hard into the chicane, getting a little wobble on. Gets it round though, makes it work. Over the line this time by with a 24.6. I didn't lose much time with that little bobble. Andy with a clean line through that chicane there. Working his way to the line. This time by for Andy Bishop at 24.9. So loses another couple of tenths to David Verruccio. Verruccio working his way through chicane now. Looking for the green and white. Coming across the timer loop onto the front straight. A 23.793, new hot lap towards David Verruccio.
The top drivers are David, Andy Bishop, and Ben.
Your leader working his way down the back straight. Into the long sweeper.
Five minutes left.
Well, halfway down, halfway to go. 24.4 last time around for David Verruccio. 24.3 for Andy Bishop. Bishop comes across the line this time by with a 24.2. Gap remains at 6.5 seconds between first and second. Verruccio looking to take his first qualifying round in the final round of qualifying. That time around at 24.2. Nice, consistent, clean laps out there for Verruccio as Andy has to navigate a bike on its side. So clean laps now in front of our 2 leaders. Verruccio around final corner. Down the front straightaway, leading this one by 6 seconds. Goes around for a 24 flat. Bishop working his way through chicane. Nice clean line once again. Got a great line through there. Making his way down the front straight. A 24.5. So another couple of tenths towards David Verruccio as Ben Scaria and Mike Davis both put their hot laps in. A 24.5 for Ben. A 24.1 for Mike Davis.
After 6 minutes 21 seconds, the top drivers are David, Andy Bishop, and Ben.
Andy Bishop pushing hard around that last corner before the front straight. Back wheel chattering. Popping the nose up just slightly. 24.9 for Andy Bishop. That time by 24 flat for David Verruccio as Dave comes across the line again for another 24.2.
3 minutes left.
Two minutes 45 left on the clock. Q5, Andy Bishop put down the fastest run of the weekend with 25 laps, 10:15. Ruccio looking to better that at this stage with 24.5 last time around. Got an 8-second gap over Andy Bishop. Bishop coming to the line this time around. Another 24.2 against Ruccio's 24.5. So gap shortens down just slightly. Caution after the dog leg.
After 7
Still there,
minutes,
still there.
The top drivers are David, Andy Bishop, and Ben.
Clear now. Thank you. .24.4 that time around for David Ruccio. Still holding on to about an 8-second lead over Andy Bishop as Andy works his way around the final. A couple of corners with 1 minute 30 to go. Coming across the line is Andy Bishop. That time around at 24.7. Ruccio going right over the curving there, making it all work. 24.6. Down the straightaway. Clean track in front of him once again now for your leader down the back straight. Front wheel pops up slightly. He works his way through the sweeper.
1 minute left.
Goes real wide into the chicane. Hangs it out loose there for a second. Makes it work though. Coming over the line this time around at 24.8. Andy Bishop that time around 24.3.
After 9 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are David, Andy Bishop, and Ben. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Keep going till call done, please, drivers. Keep going till call done. Everyone's still live out there. Everyone's still live. Stock bike drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Everyone's still live. Cross the line, you will be done. David Ruccio comes across, final up at 24.2.
Ben done.
Ben Scary, you are done. Andy working his way to the line now. Post his final up at 24.6. Just Mike Davis alive out there. Oh, he's having a rough last lap as well. Still coming. Oh, he cut him off.
Seven minutes to the start of the race. Up next, race number 3. 1/5 stock bike. Heat 1 of 1.
Alrighty, so Superbike Heat 2 drivers making their way off the stand, bikes onto the bench, and out to Marshall, please. We will need one volunteer, please, guys. We will need one volunteer out there. Actually, two, sorry. We'll need 2 volunteers out there for this one. As Andy Bishop is doubling up. We'll need 2 volunteers to the track. The rest of our Superbike drivers. So David Ruccio, Ben Scary, Mike Davis out to Marshall, and a couple volunteers. Brian and thanks Brian and Chris, much appreciated, guys. So final heat of qualifying, round number 6, our final qualifying round.
6 minutes to the start of the race.
Cooper Harris, good currently mid-build of a new car, some good entertainment, Baroni Worlds next weekend, super pumped. How's your racing going, Mitch? Oof, what racing? No, yeah, I haven't raced that much this year so far. Did one race up in Bundaberg with an 8 scale, lend a car. Thank you very much from Action RC or Scotty Guyett. Ran the Speedy RC Sparko up there, and that was awesome fun. I think I placed around 4th, 3rd, something. I can't remember. I think I might even got a round win. I can't fully remember. It's back in the mind now. For myself, racing upcoming events, I'm going to race at the Asian Buggy Champs held by Scotty Ernst. It's always an incredible event. And with the golden tonsils of Scotty Ernst, you can't go wrong. Also, a good thing about that series is you have the RC Race media crew, and Scotty Guide will be there as well, doing a lot of the written stuff for the RC Race media crew. Alright, so we should have our marshals out there. Looks like we're pretty good. Driver's track is open.
5 minutes to the start.
Apart from that, racing side, probably head down to Adelaide for the 10 scale off-road national championships. And that I went to the States down there, and that was an awesome event. I've never ran on AstroTurf before, and I loved it. I worked out pretty late on that the harder you push, the better the car felt. Especially for the buggies, the short course, which is my favourite class. I managed to get the win over Rob Maycock, who was flying in that class, so it's nice to get a win over Rob in short course class. Hopefully back on up at the Nationals, I guess. Just have to borrow the boss's car. Apart from that, racing wise, we still got obviously the Bike Worlds coming up for race calling, and the 10 scale off-road world titles to come up as well.
4 minutes to the start of the race.
Looking forward to both of those events, as well as a whole spate of other state titles, the 8 scale national off-roads, a couple of IC titles coming up right here at England Park, as well as a large scale state titles, I believe, as well. So a whole heap of other little events coming up. Going to be a busy end to the year.
Hey Brian, would I be able to get you on position number 2 instead? Cheers, ladies. Appreciate it.
3 minutes to the start of the race.
Caution coming to the loop here. It'll be all clear.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
Yeah, thank you very much, Coop. Yeah, definitely a very busy year, and a lot of the coverage here this weekend, actually, majority, if not all of the coverage this weekend is brought to you. Thank you to Shaps. Shaps has done a monumental amount of work for this weekend, getting the cameras set up, lined up, the audio sort of side of things, so that way I can actually communicate with you guys without distracting the drivers. All of that's been done by Shaps. So a massive shout out has to go to Andrew Chaplin for all the work that he has done for this weekend. Every now and then you'll see a comment pop up as well on the chat, and that is all done by Shaps as well. So he's left, right and centre. He's doing race directing. He's on the computers. He's doing write-ups to ensure that the rest of the committee knows how to control the cameras. He's a good all-rounder, I'd say, would be Shaps. 30 seconds till start, drivers. 30 seconds till start. And he is in the room right next to me, so we do have a little bit of banter every now and then. Called him an old man before because he didn't know how to work Facebook.
15 seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Track is live, drivers. Track is live. Oscar Verruccio will be kicking things off for this run. Right behind him will be Andrew Ting. Whole gaggle of bikes going down the back straightaway. Work with each other out there, guys. Give each other plenty of room as you work their way around. Nice work. Love to see it. So Oscar Verruccio comes across with a 25.9. Andrew Ting with a 24.9. Nice work, guys. Great driving there, Oscar. Peter Chang. Hmm.
9 minutes left.
So Andrew Ting leading this one away, 24.4 last time around. Andy Bishop putting down a hot lap. Gets taken off of him now, though. Andrew Ting with a 24.3. Bishop with a 24.4 last time around. Goes a 25.1 this time.
After 1 minute 35 seconds, the top drivers are Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, and Oscar Verruccio.
24.5 that time around for Andrew Ting. Oscar Verruccio with a 26.5. Andy Bishop goes around with a 24.9. So gap between first and second currently sits at 1.6 seconds.
8 minutes left.
How's it going, Bailey, Singapore? And Viet. Thanks for checking on in. Andrew Ting last time around a 23.980 hot lap of the heat so far. He's currently leading this one by 2 seconds over Andy Bishop as he comes around the line this time around. 24.7, has a bit of traffic to navigate that lap. One more and he'll have clean track in front of him. So Andrew Ting now clean track all around. Andy Bishop now about to come into a whole heap of traffic. 24.4 that time around for Andrew Ting.
After 3 minutes 10 seconds, the top drivers are Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, and Oscar Verruccio.
Andrew Ting that time around 23.973. New hot lap from Andrew. Andy Bishop still about 2.5 seconds behind. Oscar Barucho last time around of 24.887. That's his hot lap of the heat. Peter Chang does a 30.029. That's his PB lap. Backs it on up as well at 29.340. Andrew Ting with a 25-1 that time around. Andy Bishop with a 24-4. So it takes a couple of tenths out of Andrew Ting's lead.
6 minutes left.
Need a marshal up the back there. Need a marshal up the back. To the other side. Yep. Oh, into the chicane. Into the chicane. Thanks, matey. .25 flat that time around for Andrew Ting. Andy Bishop with a 24.5. So gap drops down again. 1.8 seconds in it now between first and second. Andrew Ting against Andy Bishop. Seen it all the way through qualifying. They've been pretty close. A 27-second lap that time around for Andrew. It's going to give Andy Bishop the lead now with a 24.65 seconds.
After 4 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Andy Bishop, Andrew Ting, and Oscar Barricchio.
So Bishop now leading the way by half a second over Andrew Ting. We'll have a little bit of traffic to navigate. Caution on turn 2, turn 3. Caution turn 2, turn 3. All clear now, clear now. Andrew Ting last time by, laying down the pace now, 23.900. New hot lap of the heat. 2/10 and second in front now of Andy Bishop. Bishop coming up on a little bit more traffic, gets through. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. 24.6 last time around for Bishop. This time by 25.3, so loses a little bit of time to Andrew Ting from that lap. Ting working his way through chicane. Caution coming to the timer loop. That'll be all clear, all clear. Thank you, Josh. That time around at 24.6 for Ting. Andy Bishop with a 25.0. Gap remains about 1.8 seconds with 4 minutes left on the clock. Bishop now with clean track in front of him. Same as Andrew Ting. Both can start laying down hot laps. 24.8 from Andrew Ting. Bishop working his way through the chicane. Last few corners over the line for your second place driver at the moment. Andy Bishop at 24.5. Takes a few tenths of a second out of Andrew Ting's lead. Oh, as I say that, Andy Bishop on his side in the grass. It's going to cost him a bit of time. Bit more breathing room now for Andrew Ting as he comes across the line with a 24.6. Caution off the back straight. Oh, caution end of the back straight now. Caution end of the back straight. Caution end of the back straight. Still there. Stay inside. Stay inside. Clear now.
3 minutes left.
So gap between first and second now out to 7 seconds. Andrew Ting looking smooth, calm and collected out there at the moment. 2 minutes 45 left on the clock. Oscar Barucho putting down his hot lap last time around at 24.8. Ting that time around 24.2. Two minutes left on the clock, drivers. 2 minutes left to go. Ting still leading the way over Bishop and Barucho.
Oscar Barricchio.
Slow lap that time around for Andrew Ting at 28.4. 1 minute left on the clock, drivers. 1 minute left to go. Andy Bishop comes around with a 24.7, so gap drops down to 6 seconds now between first and second. Josh McComb putting down his hot lap last time by 25.7. Better lap that time around to 24.3 from Andrew Ting. Andy Bishop with a bit of traffic to navigate here. So he works his way to the line with 40 seconds left on the clock.
After 9 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, and Oscar Varicchio.
Oscar Varicchio last time around at 24.561.
7, 6.
Caution coming to the line.
4, 3, 2.
That is clear, clear, clear. Keep going till you're called done, please, drivers. Keep going till you're called done.
Oscar Varicchio done. Andy Bishop done. Andrew Ting done. Coombsy done. Brooksy done.
Just waiting on Peter Chang. Everyone else is done. As Peter Chang is still live out there. So only the one bike working its way around.
All drivers are finished.
And that wraps up qualifying. Andrew Ting going 6 from 6. Andy Bishop comes home in P2. Oscar Varicchio coming home in third, only 5 seconds behind. Josh McComb in the 4, Paul Rooks in 5, Peter Chang in the 6th. So it will be a bit of a break here, guys, as we set the grids for racing. So our schedule has us kicking off at 12. What we might do, we might shorten our break down just a little bit and have a lunch break after the first round of finals, guys. We might kick off at about 11:40. So a half an hour break here. Half an hour break to set the grids. We'll kick off at 11:40.
Up next, race number 1. 1/5 Superbike A1 main. Race order is Andy Bishop, David, Ben, Rooksy, Mike Davis, Adrian Wyatt, Barry Cheaton, Eden, Graham Core. Up next, race number 1. 1/5 Stock Bike A1 main. Race order is Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, Oscar Varicchio, Kumzi, Rooksy, Peter Chong. Up next, race number 1. 1/4 Supermotored A1 main. Race order is Adrian Wyatt, Mike Davis, Eden, Peter Chong. 7 minutes to the start of the race.
drivers, we're going to have a quick drivers briefing down in the pits, so if you can all gather around towards the canteen area. Drivers, if you can gather around towards the canteen area, we're just going to have a very quick drivers briefing before we go into finals racing. Alright, so Super Motard drivers, if we can get you and bikes to the front straight quickly for a photo. Super Motard drivers, making your way to the front straight with your bikes for a quick photo. And we'll get racing underway here. 'Once again, Super Motard drivers making your way to the front straight with your bikes in hand. We'll get a quick photo of all drivers from each heat just before your runs. We get Superbike drivers to start getting ready to head out as well. So Superbike drivers, be prepared to head out to Marshall, please.
Seven minutes to the start of the race. Up next, race number 1. 1/4 Supermotored. A1 main. Race order is Adrian Wyatt, Mike Davis, Eden,
middle, Adrian, or
Peter Chong.
you go in the middle of the track? No, I mean, does it go off to the side, or is it in the middle?
Just at the start, just about where you are.
In the middle or off to one side?
Just off to one side. Yeah, that is fine.
So we should have our Super Motard drivers out there now. You guys can, if we can get you guys right in the middle, we'll just follow Shap's direction.
Do you guys want to bring your bikes and we'll do it in front of the Dunlop thing because it's pretty good back strong. And just get you sort of mid-track, like sort of in line with the back edge of the...
Mike Davis.
That way. Marshall's, Mitch.
Superbike drivers, out to Marshall, please. Superbike drivers, make your way out to Marshall, please.
Where are we starting from?
So we should have our Superbike drivers out there to Marshall. We should have plenty. So we need 5 and 6 covered, please. Positions 5 and 6 covered. Who's going to set them off, Shaps? Right. Track is open, drivers. Track is open. Check them on through, do a lap or so if you want.
Eden.
Sick wheelie, David.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Adrian Wyatt.
Hey, Mitch. This side of the loop? Or that side? Probably that side, eh? Let's give another yell for Marshall.
So we should have more marshals out there, guys. We're still missing marshals on 1 and 6. And 4.
Who's off one? He's off.
Marshal on position 3. Would I be able to get you to jump over to number 6? And Marshal on 7. Would I be able to get you onto number 1, please? That will get us covered off. Have you got the order there? We're good. So we got Adrian off 1, Mike Davis off 2, and Eden Watson off 3. Righty, we got our marshals out there. We're looking to go racing for our first race of the day. Starting off with Pro Moto or Supermoto drivers, we've got racing on 15 seconds. 10 seconds, drivers.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Sharp sets them off and running. We are off for our first race of the day, starting with the Pro Motos, heading down the back straightaway for their first racing laps. Adrian White leading them off as he pops the wheels up down the back straight. Mike Davis running onto the grass there. These bikes can get away with that a little bit better. Into the chicane we go for our first racing time. Mike looking up the inside. Goes way around, so he takes the right route. Everyone forgot we're doing the short track for the motards. Even I did. So Mike Davis now out in front. Adrian White and 2, Ian Watson in 3 from first lap around. Down the back straight away we go. Mike hitting the back jump, getting out of shape though. Adrian going right up the inside.
9 minutes left.
Oh, Mike having issues. Caution in the sweeper. Issues for Mike out there. Yeah. So down to 2 now. Adrian White leading the way. Eden Watson in the 2.
If it goes, chuck it.
After 1 minute 35 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis.
So 2 minutes down here, 8 minutes left on the clock. Adrian out front, Eden in the 2. Gap between the 2 drivers out to 13 seconds now.
Seven minutes left. After 3 minutes 10 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis.
So we got Adrian out front, Eden in 2.
Six minutes left.
Closing in on the halfway mark here. Adrian still leading the way, Eden in the 2 spot. About 30 seconds behind. About 32.
After 4 minutes 45 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis. Five minutes left. 4 minutes left.
Three and a half minutes remaining, drivers. 3.5 to go. Stock bike drivers, please start getting ready. You will be up next. Stock bike drivers, please start getting ready. You will be up next.
Three minutes left. After 7 minutes 55 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis. 2 minutes left.
One minute 30 to go. Adrian laying down a hot lap that time around a 31.3.
One minute left.
Less than a minute to go. Stock bike, please be ready. We will need volunteers for the next race. And stock bike guys, we'll get you guys out in front of the straight, on this front straight, before you go out to race. We'll get you on the front straight for a quick photo before you go out to race. So stock bike drivers, please be ready. Bring your bikes to the front straight for a quick photo. And we'll get underway.
31 seconds. The top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Cross the line drivers, you will be done.
Adrian Wyatt done.
Adrian takes A1 in Supermoto. Yeah.
Eden done.
That is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. So Supermoto drivers heading out to Marshall, like bikes down out to Marshall. Stock bike drivers all making your way out to the front straight, please. Stock bike drivers making your way out to the front straight, please.
The race is completed. 7 minutes to the start of the race. Up next, race number 2. 1/5 stock bike. A1 main. Race order is Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, Oscar Varicchio, Kumzi, Brooksy, Peter Chong.
So all stock bike drivers out to the front straight, please. Stock bike drivers out to the front straight for a quick photo, please. Marshals, we'll have Supermoto, guys. If we can get you guys making your way out to Marshall at the same time, as well as a couple of volunteers for this one, please. We will need a couple of volunteers to help us marshal for this one. As for right now, though, stock bike drivers heading to the front straight with your bikes, please, for a quick photo. So if you are joining us with the stream at the moment, we are about to have A1 of stock bike. We just got our photos going on at the moment of the whole grid. They'll start making their way up and we'll be underway with stock bike number 1. Once again, a huge thank you to Whole Shot Hobbies for supporting this event. Find them at wholeshothobbies.com.au. Our Moto RC specialists.
Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop.
Alrighty, so our stock bike drivers, start making your way up into the stand now, please. Stock bike drivers making your way up into the stand. Should have our marshals out there. Need a couple more, guys. We'll need a couple more. Do need a couple of volunteers for this race. Thanks, guys. So just need positions 5 and 6 covered. Alrighty, guys. 5-minute warm-up. 5-minute warm-up. Track is open.
Kumzi, Brooksy,
How's it going, George? Thanks for checking on in. Go hard, use the edge of that grip. Andrew Ting for the win. Yeah, he's been dominant for the last day and a half through qualifying. 6 from 6 qualifying rounds. Andy Bishop has put on a good charge in just about every single one of those, and at most of those he's been in front for at least a couple of laps. But Andrew Ting's just been super faultless. Even last night during the really cold and somewhat dewy conditions, hardly made a mistake, whereas everyone else was really struggling to find that grip. Andrew Ting just nice and consistent, knew where the limit of grip was. I think he only made one mistake.
Four minutes to the start of the race.
Three more minutes warm-up, drivers. 3 more minutes for warm-up.
Three minutes to the start of the race.
Two more minutes for warm-up, drivers. 2 more minutes.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
One more minute warm-up, drivers. 1 more minute.
One minute to the start of the race. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
Alright, drivers, making your way back to the front straight, please. Drivers, making your way back to the front straight. No more laps, guys. Front straight is closed.
Start of the race.
So yeah, bring it past the loop if you can, guys. Bring it past the loop. Just all the way today there. So set them out in order. Yeah, from first on the outside to last on the inside. So the order. Taking the TQ spot will be Andrew Ting. In the 2 spot, Andy Bishop. In position number 3, Oscar Verruccio. In position number 4, Josh McComb. Position number 5, Paul Rooksy Rooks. In P6, Peter Chang. You comfortable with that, Dave?
Yep.
Alrighty. Drivers are going to set 10 seconds. We've got marshals out there ready to go. Thank you very much, drivers, watching your bikes. 10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
We are all off and running. Race number 2 underway here. Stock bike AMA number 1 here for the world's warm-up. Kicking it off is Andrew Ting, taking 6 from 6 in qualifying. Not far behind will be Andy Bishop, trying to close that gap. Meanwhile, we're going to battle going on for 3rd. Josh McComb on the inside of a crashing Oscar Verruccio. So 3rd place now going towards Josh McComb. Oscar going for another roll there just before the timing loop. Going to lose a bunch of spots now. Stands himself back up, away he goes. So Oscar down the order just a bit now. Bit of work to do for him. Andrew Ting, meanwhile, got Andy Bishop right hot on his heels. This time around, Bishop closing the gap right on up down, or 1 second caution after the dog leg. Caution after dog leg. Still there, still there.
9 minutes.
Need a marshal for that one. So stay on the inside through the dog leg. Stay on the inside. Stay on the inside. Thank you. Your leaders making their way down the front straight away. Andrew Ting that time by with a better lap. 24 flat against Andy Bishop's 24. 1 gap remains at 1.2 seconds. We've got our leaders coming through onto the back straight away. Thank you. 2nd place right there as well. 1st and 2nd working their way around the sweeper. Through the dog leg they go. Last time by a 1.2 second gap in favour of Andrew Ting. Andy Bishop looking to close up through the centre of the track now. Has a better line through that chicane. Across the line that time by. Better lap for Andy Bishop, closing the gap by 0.2 of a second. Josh McComb holding on to the 3 spot. Oscar in now back up to P4. Peter Chang and 5. Paul Rooks in the 6 spot. Gap remains 1 second between 1st and 2nd as we go through the chicane. This is where Andy Bishop closed up last time by on Andrew Ting. They work their way over the line. Nice line onto the front straight was Andy Bishop. He puts hot lap of the heat down. A 24 flat for Andy Bishop. He goes for a roll though. He gets it righted, but it's going to cost him a few seconds. Almost goes for another roll to rub salt in the wound afterwards. So big break now for Andrew Ting. He worked his way across the line, your leader. Andrew Ting now out to about a 6-7 second gap. Holding on to 3rd spot out there is Josh McComb. Oscar sitting in the 4 spot. Caution coming onto the straight. Caution onto the straight, guys. Caution onto the straight. That is clear now, clear now. Leader coming through, thank you.
7 minutes left.
So your leader working his way around the sweeper, through the dog leg into the chicane.
After 3 minutes 10 seconds, the top drivers are Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, and Kunze.
Thank you, Rooksy. So leader catching up on a bit of traffic onto the back straightaway now. Caution on back straight, stay wide, stay wide, stay wide. Still there. All clear now, clear now. Andrew Ting last time by 23.7. Had to navigate that crash there. Gets through it cleanly though. So Josh, you will have 2nd on your tail shortly. So Oscar now up to the 3 spot. Josh drops down to the 4 from that crash. Not too far behind though. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Andy Bishop trying to close back on in. Caught up 2 seconds from the previous lap as your leader navigated a bit of traffic. Leader now clean track in front of him. Bishop working his way through the traffic as well. Bishop down the front straight away. A 24.1 against Andrew Ting's 24.7. So Bishop pushing hard at the moment. Your leader now clean track through the sweeper. Here he goes. Closing in on the halfway mark. Leader with the pink and a white through the chicane. That is Andrew Ting leading the way. Andy Bishop through the chicane with a great entry line into that. He's trying to close up as quick as he can to have a fighting chance at a win in this race. That time around for Andy Bishop at 23.7 against Andrew Ting's 24.2. So takes half a second out of Andrew Ting's that lap time.
After 4 minutes 45 seconds.
Andrew working his way into the chicane. Much better line that time around for Andrew. So he worked his way to the timing loop. Looks to be a better lap this time around. A 23.9 it is so. Andy Bishop across the line with a 24.4. So loses about 0.4 of a second that time does Andy. Both lead drivers now clean track in front of them. Your leader through the chicane, the pink and white of Andrew Ting. Over the timing loop at 24.4. Bishop using all the track and a bit more as he goes around for a 24.1. Trying to close that gap up. Takes another 0.3 of a second out of Andrew Ting's lead. 4 minutes 30 on the clock, drivers. 4:30 left on the clock as your leaders will start catching up on a bit of traffic shortly. Working their way on to the front straight away. 3.9 seconds a gap last time by. Down to 3.6 now as Andy Bishop puts down a 24.0.
4 minutes left.
4 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 4 minutes left on the clock. Bishop still pushing hard out there. 24.4 for Ting. 23.9 for Bishop. Gap now down to 3 seconds between first and second. Caution on turn 3, stay slightly wide. Turn 3, stay wide. That'll be all clear now, all clear. Your leaders working their way towards the front straight. Gap last time by was 3 seconds on the dot. This time around down to 2.3 seconds. Bishop with a 24 flat. Ting with a 24.7. Bishop is pushing hard out there to try and close this gap on up. Got 3 minutes 15 left on the clock. An early mistake from Andy Bishop, but he's working his way back into the fight. Ting going over the curbing there, making it work though. Thank you very much, driver. 24.3 for Ting, 24.1 from Bishop. Around the sweeper they go, first and second. Bishop still closing on in. Josh, you will have first and second closing on you very shortly. 24.1 from Ting, a 23.9 again from Bishop. Takes another 0.2 of a second out of Andrew Ting's lead. Less than a straight length of a lead in it now between Andrew Ting and Andy Bishop. 2 minutes 20 to go, drivers. 2:20 left on the clock. Paul Urooks, you will have leaders on your tail shortly. Great battle going on between first and second as they round the first few corners. Into turn 3 they go. Bishop running all the way to the pipe just about. Rooksy finding the grass there. Gets out of the way as best he can. 24.4 against a 24.3 again. Bishop taking a 1/10 of a second out of Andrew Ting as they work their way through the chicane. A great line this time around for Bishop. Gap will be within a second now, close to it. 1.3 seconds between first and second with 1 minute 45 left on the clock. Down the back straight away we go once again. Your leader Andrew Ting in the pink and white. Starting to come under more and more pressure from behind with Andy Bishop now closing right on in. Through the chicane they go. Bishop with a better line again through there. Closes that gap right on up now. Down the front straight away they go with Andy Bishop putting down a hot lap of the race now at 23.6. Closes in another 0.4 of a second. He gets a little bit out of shape, almost high sides it. Manages to keep it on the road though. Loses a couple of tenths at most with 1 minute 10 left on the clock. The closest they've been in a while. Less than a second to gap last time by. The old leaders making their way over the timing loop now. Just hold it there, Marshall. Thank you very much.
1 minute left.
Around turn 3 they go, and onto the back straight last time by 1.3 seconds. The gap between them. So our leader's catching up on a bit of traffic here. Oh, mistake from Andrew Ting. He's on his side. He rights himself pretty quickly, but that allows Andy Bishop now on through. Change for the lead down the front. Straight away they go. First and second. In through turn 1 now. It's time for Andrew Ting to chase with only 30 seconds left on the clock. Andy Bishop has done all the hard yards. He's closed the gap right back on up. Around the sweeper they go. First and second, the blue and green helmet. Through the chicane they go. Andrew Ting pushing hard with 15 seconds left on the clock. They'll get this lap. This will be the last lap around. Final 10 seconds about to tick on down. Your 2 leaders working their way through 1, 2 and 3. Onto the back straight away they go. Should be clear traffic from here. Down the back straight away. Andy Bishop needs to hold on. Cross the line, drivers. You will be done. Through the final chicane they go. Ting pushing hard to try and close back up. Final corner for Bishop. Bishop comes across the line, taking the win in A-Main number 1. Andrew Ting coming home in second. Oscar Vericcio coming home in third. The first chink in the armour we've seen from Andrew Ting. Bishop taking A-Main victory in A-Main number 1.
Good on you, lads.
That is all drivers done. All drivers done.
7 minutes to the start of the race. Up next, race number 3. 1/5 Superbike A1 main. Race order is Andy Bishop, David, Ben, Rooksy, Mike Davis.
So thank you very much, marshals. Thank you, stock drivers. Stock drivers now making their way downstairs, bikes to your pits. And straight out to Marshall, please, guys. Straight out to Marshall. Up now, Superbike A-Main number 1. How good was that? Yeah, well done to Andy. So that was the first time we've seen Andrew actually make a solid mistake there. Andy put in a bit more pressure throughout the race and finally came undone for Andrew there. So an incredible race for Andy. Hopefully we can see more like that throughout the rest of the race day. Alright, so stock bike drivers making your way out to Marshall. We will need a couple of volunteers for this race as well, please. We will need a couple of volunteers. We'll get 6 marshals out there for this race, please, guys. We'll have 6 marshals out there for this race. So we'll cover 1, 2, probably 7, 6, 1, 2, 7, 4, and 5, 6. If we can get those marshalling positions covered, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Makes it easier to say. So stock bike drivers making your way out to Marshall. A couple of volunteers out there if we can, please, guys. Cover 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Covering 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 marshalling positions, please, guys. So Superbike drivers, bring in bikes out to the front straight, please. Superbike drivers, making your way out to the front straight with your bikes, please. Quick photo, and we'll get back into racing. So once again, Superbike drivers, making your way to the front straight, please, with bikes in hand. So we should have all of our Superbike drivers making your way out to the front straight. Bikes in hand, please. Superbike drivers making your way out to the front straight. Bikes in hand. Quick photo. So for our Superbikes, we had Andy Bishop taking 4 rounds of qualifying. Ben Scarry got the tough qualifier last night. In the really challenging conditions, he actually prevailed and got the win in qualifying round number 4. And in Q5, David Ruccio finally found his pace. Had a fairly clean run, I'd say almost a faultless run. And took the TQ in the final round. So Andy Bishop will be starting from pole position. Followed by Verruccio, Ben Scarry, Paul Rooks, Mike Davis, Adrian White, Barry, Eden and Graham. So fairly packed field from this one. Will be quite a difference in speeds between the top drivers through the order. But yes, Andy Bishop and David Verruccio will probably be the top battle to watch. Also looking for a decent battle, I'd say, between Ben Scarry, Paul Rooks and Mike Davis. Those two have been on a fairly similar pace throughout the weekend. Ben probably slightly quicker. Just been making a few mistakes. If you can iron those mistakes out, might run away with the P3. Photos are all done now, so we'll get our Superbike drivers making their way up into the stand. We'll be off and running pretty shortly here. Hopefully everyone is enjoying this stream.
Andy Bishop.
Beautiful day here at England Park Raceway, located in Brendale, Brisbane, Queensland, Australia.
Eden.
A little bit overcast this morning, but the sun once again has started blazing on down, heating that track right on up now. Great day of racing ahead of us still to come. Right, so we will need our stock bikes out to Marshall, stock bike drivers out to Marshall. We'll need 2 volunteers at least, please. At least 2 volunteers out there. Get our volunteers and all of our stock bike drivers out to Marshall as soon as possible, please. We're wanting positions 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 covered, please. So once again, positions 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 covered, please. A couple of volunteers out there and all of our stock bike drivers. We'll get one more on 6, and we are good to go. Thank you very much, matey. Oscar, you're right. Yeah, stay on that one, Oscar. You want a full plethora? Alright, Oscar. Oh, just getting sunglasses? We'll get you on position number 8 after that then, please. Alright, drivers, we'll open up the track.
Or even maybe 3, Chris.
The track is open, drivers. 5-minute warm-up. Might need a helping hand to get him off the line here.
Mike Davis.
We'll get 7 to Marshall, maybe back straight. So Marshall on 7, if we can get you on maybe back straight instead.
5 minutes to the start of the race. Adrian Wyatt.
I've just got 4 more minutes of warm-up. 4 more minutes of warm-up. So drivers in this race, obviously we do have 9 bikes on track. Please call out your crashes as well. I only unfortunately have 2 eyes. I'll need your help in this one. So all drivers, please call out your crashes and give me a bit of a helping hand.
Minutes to the start of the race.
Caution sweeper, slow down in the sweeper please, slow it down. And it's clear now, almost. Three minutes till start. 3 minutes more warm up, drivers. 3 minutes more warm up. Need a helping hand here in the middle towards the starting loop. Thank you, Oscar.
Three minutes to the start of the race.
How's it going, Kosh? Thanks for checking on in. It's a good question. I think the bike category in Australia hasn't been strong for quite some time. I remember when I first started doing on-road, it was pretty popular out at Gilston. However, there just isn't a huge amount of racing here in Australia for it as it stands. It'd be good to see it make a comeback. But currently, as it stands, not super popular. The other thing as well, international drivers, a lot of the RC bike racing is coming from Europe. And obviously a trip from Europe for a warm-up event is quite a pricey endeavour. But we do look forward to a lot of international drivers coming for the Worlds itself. We are looking at decent attendance for the World titles. But hopefully, with any luck, this actually spurs on a few more drivers to get themselves a racing bike and give it a go. I've had to drive them. It is challenging for sure, but man, it is a rewarding class once you sort of get the hang of driving them. It's something that you have to persist on a little bit more than, say, an on-road car, off-road car, anything like that. But like I said, very rewarding once you do get the hang of it. Less than a minute till for warm-up drivers. Less than a minute for warm-up. Caution into the chicane. Caution into chicane.
One minute to the start of the race.
One more on near the front straight here. We're going to marshal near the front straight here. Thank you, Sharps. Yeah, all right. No more laps, drivers. No more laps. Pull it up near the front straight, please, drivers. Pull it up just after the start-finish line. Pull it up after start-finish line. Right, so we'll be setting them off in order. So first over this side, last over that side. So our TQ position going in the way of Andy Bishop. In position number 2, going towards David Verruccio. Position number 3, going towards Ben Skerry. In position 4, Paul Rooksy Rooks. Position 5, going Mike Davies. Position 6, Adrian Wyatt. Position 7, Barry Sitzan. Position number 8, Eden Watson. And in position 9, Graham Core. Rounding out our 9, bike field. We got all of our marshals ready to go. Thank you very much. Alrighty, drivers, watching your bikes, going to set 10 seconds. Going racing with our Superbike A main, final number 1. Watching your bikes, 10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
And we are all off and running. Shaps giving them that push start there. Leading the waves from the get-go will be Andy Bishop. Dave Verruccio trying to close that gap on in. Good battle already shaping up between 3rd and 4th between Ben and Paul. Paul trying to close on in. Gap between those two, 7/10 of a second. Between 1st and 2nd, 1 second. That gap has closed on down as they work their way onto the back straightaway. 1st and 2nd working their way into the chicane now. Your 2 lead drivers starting to pull away from the rest of the field. Andy Bishop starting to get under pressure here from David Verruccio. A 23.9 from Bishop, a 23.4 from Dave Verruccio. So they work their way through turn 3 and onto the back straightaway.
9 minutes.
Only a couple of bike lengths in it between the 2 drivers. They work their way around the sweep. A great line there from Verruccio. Trying to close right on in now. They work their way into the chicane. Oh, Verruccio with a mistake. He's going to get it up right. No. So costing a fair bit of time there. Verruccio going for a bit of a laydown and couldn't quite recover it. So Bishop now with plenty of time up his sleeve. Ben Skerry back up to the 2 spot. Dave Verruccio in 3. Paul Rooks in the 4. So Bishop, a great opportunity early on in this one. The complete opposite of what it was in his previous race. Ding-dong battle going on between 3rd and 4th out there at the moment. Ben Skerry, Paul Rooks right there. Mike Davies and Adrian White also having a great battle between 5th and 6th. That's closed right on in now. So Mike and Adrian, 5th and 6th, working their way towards the back straight away. Your leader works his way through the front straight. 24-4 that time around. David Verruccio back up to P2. So he works his way over the line with a 24-1, taking 3/10 of a second out of Andy Bishop's lead. He's going to try and do what Andy Bishop did to Andrew Ting last time around. So Bishop working his way through the chicane, coming around for another lap. (24.2) for Andy Bishop, a nice clean lap that time around. David Verruccio with a 23.4. Consistent low 23s at the moment for Verruccio. Down the back straightaway he goes. So gap between 1st and 2nd is 6 seconds. Leader going to catch up on a bit of traffic pretty shortly. as Andy Bishop comes across the line at 24.0. Verruccio making his way to the line. Over the line, he goes with a 23.4. That's 3 in a row with 23.4s. Caution coming to the timing loop. Stay inside, stay inside. We'll need a marshal there.
After 3 minutes 10 seconds.
So our leader working his way through traffic now here, coming onto the front straight away. Second place coming up in traffic as well. Thank you. One more there, Oscar. Oh, that's right. So Verruccio that time around at 24.2 against Bishop's 24 flat. Bishop working his way through traffic, getting a great lap in between the traffic there. So your leader in the blue bike, green helmet through the chicane. Second place of Verruccio. Going into the chicane now. Got a little bit of traffic to navigate. Second place there. Thank you very much. Down the front straight away goes Verruccio. Bishop with a 24.3 that time around. He's got one more bike to navigate. Oh, caution turn 2. I think Verruccio gets caught up in that.
6 minutes left.
Down across the line goes Andy Bishop at 24.5. Verruccio now with a little bit more work to do. Leader coming through. Verruccio getting caught up there. Caution after the chicane. Caution after chicane. Still there. So caution coming through the short chute. So we need one more in there. Thank you, Josh.
After 4 minutes 40.
So Andy Bishop now with a very healthy lead out there over Ben Scary now up to the 2 spot. Paul Rooks up to 3. Rooksy putting down a hot lap last time around at 24.9. That's his best lap so far.
5 minutes left.
Caution coming to the timer loop. Caution coming to timer loop. Caution coming to timer loop still. Stay inside. Need a marshal out there. Thank you. Caution on the timer loop, guys. Caution on the timer loop. Stay a little bit wide. Little wide on the timer loop. Little wide of the timer loop. All clear now. Clear now. So, battle going on at the moment between second and third, Ben Scary and Paul Rooks. Catch up with those two. David Verruccio will try to close back into them as well. So, through the chicane, they've got the leader right in between them at the moment. Bit of a sandwich for your leader coming through to put a lap on the both of them. Andy Bishop goes around for another lap. Ben Scary now a bit more of a comfortable gap over Paul Rooks. Thank you very much. So first, second and third all day on the back straight away through the sweeper. Ben Scary trying to pull away from Paul Rooks out there. We'll have your leader catching up to put a lap on second place shortly. Your leader Andy Bishop down the front straight away. Ben Scary just in front of him. So second place of Ben Scary down the back straight away. Third place heading onto the straightaway as well. So top 3 all around the sweeper. Oh, as I say though, Rooksy goes for a roll off the straight. Gonna come back on now. So hold in front of David Verruccio. Verruccio looking up the inside, gets the pass done.
3 minutes left.
So Verruccio now back up to P3. Caution on turn 2. Caution in turn 2. Stay a little wide. Caution turn 2, stay wide, stay wide, stay wide. I'll be clear in a second. The track will be clear. So 7:45 down, 2:15 left on the clock. Andy Bishop leading the way. Ben Scarry in 2. Dave Ruccio in the 3. Paul Rooks in 4. Andrew White in 5. Mike Davis in the 6th spot. Ina Watson in 7. Barry in 8. Graham in the 9. Caution back straight. Caution back straight. Stay wide. Stay wide on back straight. Stay wide. Still there. Still there. Stay wide on back straight, please. Stay wide. Still there. So still there on back straight. Stay wide, please. Stay wide. Stay wide. Thank you. Caution there's sweeper as well. Stay wide in the sweeper. Wide in the sweeper. That's clear now. Clear now. So 1 minute 30 left on the clock, drivers. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Your leader, Andy Bishop, cruising around with a 30-second gap over the field. Now Ben Scarry in 2. David Ruccio trying to close back in on Ben. He's 4 seconds behind in the 3 spot at the moment. Paul Rooks in 4. Adrian in the 5 spot.
1 minute left.
Ben Scarry working his way towards the timing loop. Next bike behind him will be 3rd place of David Verruccio, trying to close on in with less than a minute to go now. That time around a 24.8 from Ben Scarry, a 24.4 from David Verruccio. Needs a better gap than that. Caution on the back straight away. Ooh. So Ben Scarry going off there. So that is 2nd place there. One more in the middle there. Needs to go onto the back straight there, Andrew. Needs to go onto the back straight. Onto back straight, back straight.
9 minutes 31 seconds. The top drivers are Andy Bishop, Ben, and David.
So that was 2nd place of Ben Scarry now. Going to drop down. Final 15 seconds, drivers. Your leader works his way down the front straight away. It will be on his final lap around. He's got this one in the bag at the moment. David Verruccio has worked his way back up to P2.
3, 2, 1.
Keep going, David. Keep going. And you were caught at the line. Cross the line, drivers. You will be done as your leader works his way through the chicane on his final lap in an A1. He's going to double up. He got it done in stock. He's going to get it done in the Superbike as well. Andy Bishop taking A1 victory. David Verruccio coming home in 2nd. Ben Scarry in 3rd. Paul Rooks in the 4th spot. Adrian White in 5. Mike Davis in the 6th. That is all bikes done. All drivers done.
Done. All drivers are finished. Very cheap and done. The race is complete.
Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. There will be a short break here, guys. So we are running nicely on time. Thank you very much, drivers. We'll be kicking off next round at 1:15. At 1:15, we'll kick off next round. So a half an hour break here, drivers. Half an hour break. We'll kick off at 1:15.
Mike Davis.
Lunch is ready?
Peter Chong.
Also, drivers, perfect timing. Lunch is ready downstairs. Head on down to the canteen. Grab yourself some hot food, cold drinks, all available downstairs at the canteen.
Make sure whilst you're down there, give a big thank you to the volunteers that have helped cook lunch today. Got an incredible effort. I could smell it wafting on into our booth up here. It's making me very hungry.
Six minutes to the start of the race. 28 minutes to the start of the race. 27 minutes to the start of the race. 26 minutes to the start of the race. 25 minutes to the start of the race. 24 minutes to the start of the race.
'Once again, guys, heads up, there is food served down towards the canteen. Grab yourself some lunch. There's Moto. Nice hot food available. Cold drinks also available at the canteen. Grab yourselves a munch before we get back into A2 racing.
23 minutes to the start of the race. 22 minutes to the start of the race. 21 minutes to the start of the race. 20 minutes to the start of the race. 19 minutes to the start of the race. 18 minutes to the start of the race. 17 minutes to the start of the race. 16 minutes to the start of the race. 15 minutes to the start of the race. 14 minutes to the start of the race. 13 minutes to the start of the race. 12 minutes to the start of the race. 11 minutes to the start of the race.
5-minute warning for Pro Moto drivers, 5-minute warning. Have bikes back on track in 5 minutes, please.
10 minutes to the start of the race. 9 minutes to the start of the race. 8 minutes to the start of the race. Seven minutes to the start of the race. Six minutes to the start of the race.
Alright, Pro Moto drivers, start making your way up onto the driver's stand. Pro Moto guys, start making your way up onto the stand. We'll get our Superbike drivers, start making your way out to Marshall, please. Superbike drivers, making your way out to Marshall.
Five minutes to the start of the race.
Good morning, Garden. 5 a.m. on Saturday. Where are you from, Garden?
Mike Davis.
Maybe you had Malay or Asian.
Nice and early wherever you are. It's currently 1 p.m. over here in Brisbane, Australia. About to kick off our second round of racing, A mains. Kick it off with Motard again. Alright, so Superbike drivers making your way out to Marshall, please. Superbike drivers making your way out to Marshall. Just covering the main positions again, please, guys. 1, 2, 4, 5 and 6. 1, 2, 4, 5 and 6. If we can cover those positions, we'll have plenty for our Supermoto drivers.
Adrian White. Eden.
So we should have our Superbike drivers out to Marshall. We'll still need one covering position number 4. As soon as we have our marshals out there, we'll kick things off again. So I need one marshal in position number 4. Superbike drivers should be out. There we go. Thanks, Borussia. Alrighty, so we'll get them lined up just after the start-finish line here, please, guys. Are you pushing? Or is someone pushing? Oh. Looks like it.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
Happy with that, drivers? We're missing Mike Davis. He's coming back. He's out. Oh, okay, bugger. Alrighty, drivers, we're going to set 10 seconds. Look at our marchers out there. Drivers watching your bikes. Going on the tone.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
We are off and running. Pro Motos. Oh, getting stuck early in this one. So Adrian comes out swinging first lap. He'll come across the line now as well. Alright, 2 Pro Moto bikes out there at the moment. Need a full heat of these next time.
Nine minutes left. After 1 minute 35 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis. Eight minutes left. Seven minutes left. After 3 minutes 10 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis.
Supermotors do look fun out there. We just need more of them. There was a fair few more entered, but I think a couple pulled out last minute. I know one of them was meant to be driven by David Verruccio. I think he ended up using his bike for parts for one of the other bikes that is still running out there at the moment, which is unfortunate. But yeah, 2 or 3 more would have been good, at least.
6 minutes left. After 4 minutes 45 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis. Five minutes left.
Watch that on.
Four minutes left. After 6 minutes 20 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis. Three minutes left. After 7 minutes 56 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis. 2 minutes left. 1 minute left. After 9 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Will be done. Got Adrian White out front, Eden Watson in the 2. Stock bike drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next.
Eden done. All drivers are finished.
That is all done. Thank you, Moto drivers.
Completed.
Up now, back into stock bike. So Moto drivers making your way out to Marshall. We will need volunteers out there for this next one. We'll need quite a few volunteers.
A2 main. Race order is.
Like to cover the 4 outside marshalling positions and preferably position 4 and 3 as well if we can, but definitely 4. Thanks, matey. Much appreciated. Garton, I'll have a quick look for you. So the first final in Supermoto was won by Adrian. And second moto again by Adrian, so Adrian will have won that overall.
Six minutes to the start of the race.
Stock bike drivers making your way up into the stand, please. Stock bike drivers making your way up onto the stand. Moto drivers making your way out to Marshall, please. Pro Moto drivers making your way out to Marshall. We will need volunteers out there, guys. We will need volunteers. We can get our Pro Moto guys out there as quick as possible.
Peter Chong. Oscar Varicchio.
So I need a couple more volunteers out there, please, guys. Still looking for a few more helpers out there. Like to get at least position number 4 covered, if not 4 and 3. We get positions number 4 covered and possibly number 3. Thanks, matey. Any drivers will open up the track now. No, position 4, mate. Jump on position 4. Oh, yeah. Talking about jump. Probably a good idea. Thanks, matey. Righty, drivers, track is open.
Five minutes to the start of the race. Andy
Yeah, the Shups just said. Andrew was going strong. very few mistakes. Andy had an early mistake. Quite early, I think around lap 2, lap 3 for Andy Bishop. Had a bit of a stuck, but he just was chipping away at Andrew Teng's lead for pretty much the entire rest of the 10-minute run. They came down until, I believe, the last lap, or one of the last few laps, and Andrew Teng just made a slight error after the chicane. Recovered pretty quickly, but just not quite quick enough for Andy Bishop to get on through, which Andy Bishop was only about a second behind at most at that point, and gave Andy Bishop the win. It got close again towards the last lap. Andrew Teng tried to fight it back, but no, it was a wicked race. It was an awesome race, and definitely something to go back and have a look at.
4 minutes to the start of the race.
Three minutes till start, drivers. 3 minutes till start.
Three minutes to the start of the race.
Two minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes more warm up.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
One more minute warm up, drivers. 1 more minute for warm up.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
Alright, drivers, no more laps. Front straight is closed. Front straight is closed. Bring it to a stop just after the timing loop, please, drivers. Bring it to a stop just after timing loop.
Start of the race.
And Ruccio is there. It's nice and easy as you come in here, guys. No, the brakes aren't strong in these. Whoa! So order again will be Andrew Teng, Andy Bishop, Oscar Verruccio, Josh McComb, Paul Rooks, and Peter Chang. Andy Bishop taking a strong win in A main number 1 for stock bike. See what we got on the cards for us now. Drivers, we got 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
You almost botched it up.
We are all off and running. So Andrew Ting will lead them away. Andy Bishop trying to close on in early again in this one. So Bishop taking the win in A1. Ting trying to take it away from him in A2, take it to a final race. Bishop looking up the inside here though early in this one. We're going to race on our hands. Bishop looked up the inside, got it wrong though. He'll need a helping hand from there. So trouble for Bishop, had a little look up the inside. Ting closed the door. Puts Bishop now back to the 3 spot with work to do again. So Andrew Ting that time around at 25.1. Andy Bishop now dropping to P3. Oscar Verruccio up to the 2 spot. Oh, big crash for Ting down the back straight. He recovered it well though. Got it right on the back wheel. Midpoint in the back straight. Manages to get it back onto his wheels. Battle on our hands now for 2nd spot. Oscar Verruccio with Andy Bishop coming over the start finish line now. 2 and 3. Andy Bishop putting down a hot lap of the race. Oh, Verruccio going wide there. It's going to cost him the spot in a fair bit of time. Might even cost him another spot here. It comes back out just in front of Josh McComb. Oh, it goes onto the grass though. So now that releases Andy Bishop back up into the 2 spot. Andrew Ting puts down a hot lap of the race, 24.187. Andy Bishop tries to fire back with a 24.2. Second place coming here through Oscar.
8 minutes left.
Oh. So Andrew Ting with a bit more breathing room out there now. Great opportunity here for Andrew Ting in A2. So Josh McComb has actually worked his way up to the 2 spot now. Try and catch up with Josh as he works his way down the back straightaway. The green and gold Australian flag colours. Works his way through the chicane, currently sitting in P2. Paul Rooks up to P3. Bit of a shake-up in this one, unfortunate. Not a great run for Andy so far in A2. He's going to try and fight back for at least a podium position from the heat, from the race. Paul Rooks comes across at that time around at 27.0. Going to try and hold off Andy Bishop, charging up behind him. So battle for 3rd and 4th going down the back straight away now. The 2 blue cars, blue and white for Rooksy. Andy Bishop with the solid blue with the green helmet. That is for 3rd. Battle for 3rd going on. Rooksy just lets him on through, then crashes it off in disgrace. Four minutes down, 6 minutes left on the clock. So Bishop now up to the 3 spot. It's going to try and close in on Josh McComb. He's got a bit of work to do to catch up to Josh now though. Still got plenty of time left on the clock. Bishop has got hot lap of the race. Lap 7 was a 24 flat. So I say that now goes even quicker at 23.7. He's gotten past Josh McComb as well. A rough lap here from Josh. Going to put him back down to P3, maybe even P4. All the way down to P5 even. So battle going on at the moment between Paul Rooks and Oscar Verruccio. Well, they come together by the looks of it. They're stuck on turn 3. That allows Josh McComb back on 3. Caution turn 3. Caution after turn 3, guys. Caution after turn 3. Big push here, Marshall, please.
After
A bit more of a push.
Seconds, the top drivers are Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, and Rooksy.
So a nice lawn bowl style push, please, guys. Nice lawn bowl side push.
5 minutes left.
Halfway down, halfway to go. Andrew Ting still leading the way over Andy Bishop. Bishop is trying to close in, but he's got a long way of catching up to do in this race. Josh McComb in the 3 spot now. So he'll have your leader closing in to put a lap on him shortly. Oscar Verruccio not far behind Josh McComb, so the battle for 3rd could be back on shortly again. Bishop putting down new hot lap of the race at 23.6 that time around. Of mistake there from Josh McComb in the 3 spot. Caution in the dog leg as well. Caution dog leg. Stay wide after the dog leg. Stay wide in the dog leg. One more there, Marshall. Caution dog leg. Stay a little wide. Stay wide. Stay wide. A little more of a push.
Four minutes left.
So running order remains Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, Oscar Verruccio, Josh McComb, Paul Rooks, and Peter Chang.
After 6 minutes 20 seconds, the top drivers are Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, and Oscar Verruccio.
3 minutes 30 to go, drivers, 3:30 left on the clock. Superbike drivers, please be ready, you'll be up next. Superbike drivers, please be ready, you'll be up next. Three minutes left on the clock here.
3 minutes left.
Two and a half minutes remaining out there. Andrew Ting still leading the way. He's got a comfortable gap of 27 seconds. Back to Andy Bishop in the 2 spot. Josh McComb back up to 3 now. Over Oscar Verruccio. Paul Rooks in the 5 spot. Peter Chang in the 6.
After 7 minutes 55 seconds, the top drivers are
Caution
Andrew
back
Ting,
straight.
Andy Bishop, and Coombe. 2 minutes left.
Oh, Josh McComb, he's lost part of his body kit. Rider's still on though. Looks like the rider's got a bit of a lean to him as well. Sure, that won't be helping. So Josh McComb still holding on to that 3 spot. He's going to be struggling out there at the moment with Oscar Verruccio closing on in. So the battle to watch at the moment going on between 3rd and 4th.
1 minute left.
Those two working their way to the back straight away now with less than a minute on the clock. Josh McComb holding on to it without the body kit going on, and the rider on a bit of a lean. Looks like he's had a big night last night. Down the front straightaway he goes. Now Oscar Verruccio closing right on in. Paul Rooks is actually right there as well for a bit. I didn't happen to see it, but he's now stuck on the camera.
After 9 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Andrew Ting, Andy Bishop, and Coombsy.
Final 20 seconds left on the clock. Battle still going on between third and fourth. Final podium position in this race. Josh holding on to it with all his might. Almost as strong as his rider is holding onto his bike at the moment.
10,
Oscar looking up the inside. Gets a slide job done up the inside in turn 1.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Cross the line, drivers. You'll be done. Cross the line. You'll be done.
Brooksy done. Peter Chong done.
We follow the race. Still going on for third and fourth at the moment. Josh looking to try and fight it back. Doesn't work. We'll flick on over now to Andrew Ting. He works his way around the final corner. He takes victory in A-Main number 2. Andy Bishop will come home in second. Oscar Verruccio coming home in P3. Josh McComb holding on to 4. Almost to third. Paul Rooks coming home in the 5th. Peter Chang in the 6th spot. Superbikes now, drivers. Superbikes should be ready to go. Making your way, bikes out to the track. Drivers making your way up onto the driver's stand.
Next, race number 6. 1/5
Stock bike drivers making your way out to Marshall as well, please, guys. Bikes to the table and straight out to Marshall, please.
Ben, Brooksy, Mike Davis, Adrian Wyatt, Barry Cheatham, Eden, Graham Core. Six minutes to the start of the race.
Oh, yeah. I've been washing stuff with it all weekend. I've used it more time than you have. Alright, so up now we got our Superbike A-Main number 2. Stock bike drivers, please making your way out to Marshall. Stock bike making your way out to Marshall. We'll need a couple of volunteers for this one, please, guys. We want a full plethora of marshals out there. So stock bike drivers making your way out to Marshall, please. Stock bikes making your way out to Marshall. Up now, Superbike. Superbike drivers should be making your way up onto the stand. So our marshalling this one, we should have Andrew Ting, Oscar Verruccio, Josh McComb, and Peter Chang. And we'll need at least 2 volunteers out there, please, guys. At least 2 volunteers.
Mike Davis. David.
So still looking for our marshals out there. We got Looking for one more. One more on position 4, please, guys. At least. One more on position 4 and one over in P3. Looking for position 3 and position 4.
Ben.
So I still need our marshals on P3 and P4. Quickly as possible, please, guys. We don't want to run behind time. Right, drivers are going to open up the track. Track's open, drivers.
Andy Bishop.
Track is open, guys. Just looking for one more marshal in position number 4 or 3. So looking for one more volunteer out there, please, guys. Awesome.
He's not going to run in this one, so if he doesn't check in, don't worry.
Okay.
Adrian Wyatt. Barry Cuban. Four minutes to the start of the race.
Three more minutes practice, please. 3 more minutes practice, drivers.
To the start of the race.
One and a half more minutes practice, or 1.5 more minutes practice. One more minute practice, drivers. 1 more minute.
One minute to the start of the race.
Alrighty, drivers, Front straight is closed. Front straight is closed. We'll get
45
Mr.
seconds
Brewery
to
to
the
run
start
up,
of the race.
please.
Seconds to the start of the race.
You'll want to switch the front two around. Yeah. Alrighty, we're going to have marshals out there. Marshals, please be watching your corners. Drivers on the stand, please keep the language to a minimum. Alrighty, guys. Going to set 10 seconds. Watching your bikes. Going racing on the tone.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Extraordinary work, chaps. All bikes off and running nice and clean. So Andy Bishop will lead us away around for the first lap. David Ruccio will try to close that gap and will do so nice and early out there. The all leaders working their way down the front straight away already with a gap back to Ben Scary in the 3 spot. Battle going on for 4th and 5th. Oh, Paul Rooks goes for a massive send there. Didn't quite work out. Comes back out and track a couple of spots down now. So your lead 2 starting to break away from the rest of the field. 1st and 2nd. Through the chicane they go. Even lines between the 2 of them. Ben Scary in the 3. Mike Davis will be holding on to the 4 spot. Andy Bishop that time around a 23.7 second lap. 23.9 for David Verruccio. But even Stevens down the back straight away. Around the sweeper they go. Better line that time around for Verruccio. They work their way through into the chicane a little bit wide on the entry for Ferruccio. Gives Andy the slightest bit more of an edge. Down onto the front straight away. 23.9 for Bishop. 24.1 for Verruccio. Around the first few corners into turn 3 they go. A little wheel stand there from Bishop. Down the back straight away they go now. Even top speed as they work their way around into the sweeper. I've got leaders coming up here, please. That'll do, thank you.
After 1 minute 30.
1st and 2nd over the timing loop this time round. Gap last time by was 9/10 of a second out to a second now. So your 2 leaders working their way around turn 3. Very even pace between the 2 drivers. They work their way down the main straightaway. Around the sweeper. Into the dog leg towards the chicane. They'll come up on a little bit more traffic shortly. Plenty of room as our leaders come around. Andy getting a little bit out of shape there. It's going to cost him a little bit of time. So Ferruccio now starting to close on up. 7/10 of a second in it between 1st and 2nd now. Oh, crash just in front of them. They get away with it. Oh no, Ferruccio gets it wrong. Tries to save it 2, 3, 4 times. Doesn't quite make it work. Caution turn 3. Caution turn 3. Still there. Caution turn 3, guys. Stay inside. Stay inside. That's clear now. Clear now. So Bishop now with a very handy lead again. Battle on at the moment for 2nd and 3rd between Ben Scary and Mike Davis. So leader coming through. A bit of traffic here, guys. Thank you. Plenty of room as he comes around onto the front straight away. Thank you, guys. Much appreciated. Great driving.
7 minutes left.
Old bike here on turn 2.
After 3 minutes 10 seconds, the top drivers are Andy Bishop, Ben, and Mike Davis.
David Verruccio puts down hot lap of the race at 23.479 that time around, trying to get back into this race. Currently down in P4, working its way through the field. Mike Davis puts his hot lap in that time around at 24.8. Verruccio with a 24.6. Barry, that will be leading us there. Thank you very much. Marshall in the middle. Yep. 4 minutes down. We've got 6 minutes left on the clock.
Six minutes left.
So running order as it stands, Andy Bishop at 1, Ben Scary in 2, comes across the line there, Mike Davis in the 3, David Ruccio in 4, Adrian White in 5, Paul Rooks in the 6, Eden Watson in 7, Barry in 8. Leader going down the front straight away, has clean track in front of him, Ben Scary now clean track in front of him as well. Mike Davis trying to work his way through a little bit of traffic, same with David Ruccio. Oh, David gets it wrong there.
After 4 minutes 45 seconds, the top drivers are Andy Bishop, Ben, and Mike Davis.
Five minutes down, 5 to go. Halfway point in A2 of Superbike. Andy Bishop looking to run away with this one. He's got 14 seconds up his sleeve over Ben Scary. Caution onto the back straight. Caution onto the back straight. All clear. Caution in turn 2. That's all clear. Slower lap time around for Ben Scary. Mike Davis closes on up a little bit more. Gap between second and third now down to 2.8 seconds. So Ben about to come up on a bit of traffic here by the looks of it. Working his way around the right hand side. Same with Mike Davis working his way through a little bit of traffic as well. Oh, Ben getting hung up a little bit there. He's going to need a helping hand. So that's going to allow Mike Davis up to the 2 spot now. Caution onto the back straight. Caution coming onto the back straight.
After 6 minutes 20 seconds, the top drivers are Andy Bishop, Mike Davis, and Ben.
So Andy Bishop really running away with this one. He's got 20 seconds up his sleeve. Mike Davis in 2. Ben Scary in 3. Dave Ruccio in the 4. Adrian White rounding out your top 5. Ruccio trying to close back in on Ben Scary. Gap between those two last time by was 3.2 seconds. Ben crosses the line with a 24-1. Ruccio closes in. This time around 3.5 seconds. Need a marshal near the timing loop. Needs to go before timing loop. So over the, yep, thank you. Two minutes 30 to go, drivers. 2:30 left on the clock. Battle to watch going down the front straight into the first few corners. So Ben currently holding on to third place. Maruccio closing in quickly here though as he goes real wide down the front straight away they go. Oh, it comes to grief though.
After 7 minutes 55 seconds, the top drivers are Andy Bishop, Mike Davis.
Caution turn 1 guys, caution turn 1, caution turn 1, caution turn 1. Caution turn 2 now, caution turn 2. Still there. Caution turn 2. Caution turn 2 on the outside. Caution back straight now. Caution on the back straight. Stay inside on back straight, please. Inside on back straight. Bit of a chaotic lap there. Andy Bishop still holding on to the lead. Mike Davis still holding on to the second spot. Ben Skerry in third. Paul Rooks up to the fourth spot now. David Ferruccio in the 5. In a Marshall near towards the timing loop.
1 minute left.
Paul Rooks not far off of the podium position for this heat. 45 seconds left on the clock. Ben Skerry only 2 seconds up the road of Paul Rooks. Can Paul Rooks pull something out here? Caution in turn 3. Caution into turn 3. Still there in turn 3. Go wide in turn 3 or inside now. Go inside turn 3. Inside into turn 3.
The top drivers are
Thank you.
Mike Davis and Ben.
$20 seconds left on the clock. Paul Rooks has dropped off the back of Ben Skerry now.
10.
Final 10 seconds ticking on down.
6.
Mike Davis gets another lap in as well.
3.
It's going to be close for Ben. Cross the line, drivers, you'll be done. Ben Skerry coming home with a P3 from A2 of Superbike.
Very cheap and done.
Follow along with Andy Bishop around the last corner. Andy Bishop taking a home victory in A2.
Even done.
That will seal the deal for Superbike. Andy Bishop taking victories in both A1 and to A2. Superbike going the way of Andy Bishop. Mike Davis coming home in a strong second spot there. Ben Skerry third. Paul Rooks fourth. Everuccio in 5. Adrian White in the 6th.
Up next, race number 7. 1/4 Supermoto. A3 main. Race order is Adrian Wyatt, Mike Davis, Eden, Peter Chong.
So drivers are going to kick back off at 2:30. So we'll have a bit over a 20-minute break here. Just a bit over a 20-minute break. So we'll kick back off at 2:30. Final round of racing still to come.
"24 minutes to the start of the race. 23 minutes to the start of the race.
Also, big shout out to all of our volunteers who have been helping out throughout the day. We've got one more round to go. We would dearly love a little bit more help through this last round again. But a massive, massive thank you to everyone that has helped us out so far through today. That will be helping us out through the rest of the day as well.
22 minutes to the start of the race. 21 minutes to the start of the race. 20 minutes to the start of the race. 19 minutes to the start of the race.
20
18 minutes to the start of the race. 17 minutes to the start of the race. 16 minutes to the start of the race. 15 minutes to the start of the race. 14 minutes to the start of the race. 13 minutes to the start of the race. "12 minutes to the start of the race. 11 minutes to the start of the race. 10 minutes to the start of the race. 9 minutes to the start of the race. 8 minutes to the start of the race.
Alright, Pro Moto drivers, start getting ready. Pro Moto guys, start getting ready, please. Superbike drivers, please get ready to head out to Marshall as well. So Pro Moto drivers, start getting ready. Superbike drivers, get ready to head out to Marshall.
7 minutes to the start of the race. 6 minutes to the start of the race. 5 minutes to the start of the race.
Alright, Pro Moto drivers, making your way up into the stand, please. Pro Moto drivers, making your way up into the stand. Superbike drivers, making your way out to Marshall. Final round of racing. 3 more races to go, drivers.
Four minutes to the start of the race.
bikes, please, making your way out to Marshall. Stock bike drivers, making your way out to Marshall, please. Sorry, Superbikes making your way out to Marshall, not stock. Superbike drivers, making your way out to Marshall, please. Should have our Superbike drivers heading out. Up now, Pro Motos, making your way up to the stand, please. Final round of racing, let's get it wrapped on up. What we do is one more Marshall in the middle. We might be able to get away with that. Can we get one more of our Superbike drivers, at least one more? Making your way out to Marshall. There should be plenty of his out there. Driver's track is open.
Go on, Marshall!
Superbike drivers, there's 9 of yous. And more class, you got the most drivers in it. Should have plenty of yous coming out. Just check them on through, drivers. We won't make you do 5 minutes or anything. As soon as we got our Marshall out there, we'll get things underway. So Superbike drivers,
Eden.
we should have any one of these guys out there. Andy Bishop, Mike Davis,
Adrian Wyatt.
Ben Scarry, Paul Rooks, David Ruccio, Adrian White, Ina Watson, Barry, or Graham. Should have you guys out there. Should be waiting for people in this class. Just in the middle, number 4. I'll cover us off. We just need a pusher. Chaps is on his way.
Ten.
Alrighty guys, we're gonna set 10 seconds.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
You want some hectic commentary for this one. Whew, it's going to be a challenge. I'll have to put it to the drivers. So we've had a request for some hectic commentary for this one, so I expect to see some big moves out there. Look for tumbles, backflips, anything you got for me. Big wheelies, yeah. Big whips. No. Oh, off from the grass. That's pretty exciting. Let's see. Alright, so out front we got Adrian leading the way, Ina Watson in the 2, about 10 seconds behind. Leader of Adrian working his way through the shortcut section onto the front straight. Wheel stands galore out there at the moment. 2 minutes down, 8 minutes left to go. Pro Moto, final race for Pro Moto drivers out there. I want to see some big sends. Here we go. There's a big send. Yeah. Took a bit of grass to the track and everything. It's what we like to see. What these things are made for. Might be struggling with a little bit of power. I think he's got probably half a kilo of grass stuck in the exhaust pipe.
Minutes left.
Only if Tony Vella attended we could see some hectic driving.
After 3 minutes 10 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis.
Whoa! Almost got a 50-50 grind out there. Race is on out there. Slide job up the inside there. Up for the big sand. No, misses it. Up the inside. What a move.
6 minutes left.
Closing in on the halfway mark now. Oh, barrel roll, the length of the back straight there.
After 4 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis. 5 minutes left.
Stock bike drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Out front in this one, we've got Adrian leading the way. We've got Eden Watson in the 2.
Four minutes left. After 6 minutes 21 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis. Three minutes left.
Yeah, I think Mike had a couple of breakages. I think both of his arms fell off. I think I saw his head fall off at one time. I think the actual entire rider fell off another race. I think the bike itself is actually broken now as well. I think he might have finished one qualifier, which is why he ended up starting off technically in second spot. But yeah, the rider of that bike's definitely had a rough day.
After 7 minutes 56 seconds, the top drivers are Adrian Wyatt.
Jamie Neo cheering on Andrew Ting for that next race. Yes, decider. Coming up very shortly for our stock bike main. Third and final main for our stock bike. It's going to be a very good race. That'll be coming up very shortly. So straight after this, we'll have our stock bike followed by Superbike. Superbike already wrapped up in favour of Andy Bishop, taking the first 2 races. Stock bike, meanwhile, that is open slather between our top 2 drivers, both with a 1 and a 2 to their name. Minute 15 remaining drivers, minute 15 remaining. I wouldn't expect much different.
One minute left.
I'm not sure what kind of bike he was driving. I don't know what brand it was. If you know better than I do, then feel free to let me know. But it definitely had like an old school look to it. The big tires, bigger feel, definitely a lot more top heavy. Every corner it went around, it was sliding. The back wheel was just all over the place on it. Mike was driving it well. Like when it wasn't broken, it was actually driving pretty well.
The top drivers are Adrian Wyatt, Eden, and Mike Davis.
Was somewhat competitive actually to these lossies, which I know I'd say there's probably a couple of years difference in between whatever Mike was driving compared to these lossies, which only came out mid last year.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Final couple of seconds ticking on down here, drivers.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Cross the line, you'll be done. Ina Watson, you are finished. Adrian will come home 3
All
for
drivers
3.
finished. Adrian
Thank
White
you,
out.
Moto drivers.
Completed.
That is a day for you guys. Up next, we have our stock bike. Stock bike drivers should be ready to go racing. Final race for you. We will need volunteers out there, guys. We'll need quite a few
7 minutes to the start of the
volunteers.
race.
Cooper Harris, maybe a
Race
Harley.
number 8. 1/5 stock bike. Adrian
Yeah, it could have been Harley
Race
Davidson.
order is Andrew Taint, Andy Bishop, Oscar Barrigio, Coombsy, Brooksy, Peter Chong.
You think we should have an option line to just have the shortcut there, but with the jump in it for the stock bikes? Risk reward. There we go. Joker lane. Joker lane for stock bikes.
Six minutes to the start of the race.
Alright, so Pro Moto guys, making your way out to Marshall. A couple of volunteers out there. Thank you very much to the marshals already out there helping out. Much appreciated. We'll fill positions 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 and 6. If we can, please, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Brooksy, Peter Chong.
Stock bike drivers making your way up onto the stand, please. So got this one and one more. Stock, then super.
Five minutes to the start of the race.
Still looking for a few more marshals out there, please, guys. Making our way out, much appreciated.
Oscar Barrigio.
Alrighty, guys, we're going to open up the track. Track is open. 5 minutes of warm-up, please, guys. 5 minutes warm-up.
Coombsy, Andrew Taint. Five minutes to the start of the race. Andy Bishop.
So everyone is checked on in. Thank you, drivers. Got 4 minutes till start. 4 minutes more warm-up.
Pretty rare, but I actually enjoy like a classic trophy.
4 minutes to the start of the race.
I'll take that back now. I'll take that back. Yeah.
3 minutes till start, 3-minute warm-up.
Three minutes to the start of the race.
Cooper Harris going for Andy Bishop for the win. It's going to be a good one. Hopefully both drivers get off nice and clean there from the start. Don't get held up with any traffic or anything like that, because they've been very equal paced for the last two races. Andy Bishop just getting a rough run in the last one, getting caught up a little bit. The incident that wasn't his own. 2 more minutes warm up, drivers. 2 more minutes warm up. So yeah, looking forward to a good race here to wrap up the stock final. Decider between both Andy and Andrew. Both drivers with a 1 and a 2 to the name. Oscar Verruccio with 2 3s to his name, 2 4s for Josh McComb so far, 2 5s for Paul Rooks, and 2 6s for Peter Chang. So realistically, down between Andy Bishop and Andrew Ting for the top spot. Off chance that Josh McComb could come through for a podium, but would somewhat require a win, I would say. So likely of Oscar Verruccio taking third. He's in a good position. One more minute practice, drivers. 1 more minute practice. Yeah, should be an interesting one. Before we get this one going, massive thank you has to go out to Whole Shot Hobbies, your Moto RC specialist. If you want to check them out, head on over to wholeshothobbies.com.au. They are the major sponsor for the World's Warm-Up. Alrighty, drivers, bring it around to the front straight. No more laps, please. No more laps.
Seconds to the start of the race.
Front straight is closed. Catch David. Coming in hot. Whoa! Alrighty, we got all of our marshals out there. We got bikes ready to go. One more marshal heading out to help out. Thank you. So, battle on our hands. Andy Bishop, Andrew Ting, the decider here in A3. Drivers, good luck watching your bikes go and racing in 10 seconds.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Alright, we're all off and running. Good start for our top 3 here. Good first lap, even for Oscar Verruccio, trying to hang with these two in front of him. Bishop trying to close in early on Andrew Ting once again, trying to get the battle on our hands. So 6/10 of a second in it from the first lap around. Andy Bishop trying to close on in. Down the back straight away they go. 1-2 starting to break away from Oscar Verruccio now. So they work their way through the sweeper. Nice clean line from both drivers there, working their way into the chicane. Tidy for both drivers. Over the timing loop. Ting coming under a little bit more pressure this lap, around 4/10 of a second in it between first and second as they work their way through the first corners. Round turn 3, onto the back straightaway, a little wide there on entry for Bishop. Doesn't cost them much time though as they work their way down the straight, little bit loose there through the sweeper for Bishop, gets away with it though. Nice line again from Bishop as he gets through that chicane, closes back in on Andrew. Down the front straight away, the gap that time 3/10 of a second. He's taken another 1/10 of a second out of Ting's lead. Down the back straight, looking for the pink and white of Ting leading the way, followed by Bishop with the blue and green helmet. Going to come up on a bit of traffic here. Oh, mistake there by Ting. He manages to save it. So leaders coming through. First and second. Great work there, guys. Thank you very much. Ting just clipping the curbing through the chicane. He managed to keep it on its wheels though. Around onto the back straightaway. Down the straight they go. Ting still holding off, charging Bishop. Around the sweeper into the dog leg. Through the chicane they go. Great line for Bishop, closing back on in once again as they hit the loop last time by 6/10 of a second. Down to 5/10 of a second now. Around turn 1 through the banked corners into turn 3. Onto the back straightaway. Good run that time around for Andrew Ting. Around the sweeper, nice smooth lines from both drivers there. Into the chicane. Once again, Bishop closes back on in through that chicane section. Down the front straightaway, the gap remains at 5/10 of a second. Around turn 2 into turn 3. Beautiful line from both drivers leading them through the corner. Down the back straightaway. Around the sweeper. Bishop right on the inside there, using the curbing. Through chicane they go. Fairly even pace the time around for both drivers, first and second. Last time by Ting was doing a hot lap of a 23.7. This time around, Ting with a 23.8. Bishop with a 24.6. So loses a couple of tenths of a second that time around. We'll be coming up on Josh McComb, currently sitting in 4th place shortly. The battle going on through into the chicane now. Ting trying to pull away from Bishop as they work their way towards the front straight away. Your leaders, 1 and 2 down the front straight, catching up on a bit of traffic here. Josh McComb, that'll be first and second right there. Another bike going onto the back straight away, that'll be leader on your tail, followed by second. Oh, Ting just having to avoid a caution back straight. Oh. Bishop just getting through narrowly there, though, with a got clean track in front of him again. Somehow both drivers navigating that. Onto the front straight away they go, first and second. Ting looking like he's under a little bit more pressure now. 6/10 of a second in it between first and second as they work their way towards the back straight again. Mistake there from Bishop. He's going to get back underway. He manages to save it there after going right onto the grass. A great save from Bishop. Still in the fight with 6 minutes left on the clock. Caution before the front straight.
6 minutes.
Caution after chicane. Thank you, Rooksy. So gap now out to 3 seconds in favour of Andrew Ting. Big opportunity now for Andrew Ting as he works his way around the sweeper. Just needs to keep it nice and clean from here. Last time around a 23.8 from Andrew Ting. Andy Bishop with a 26.3, so loses those 3 seconds from that last lap. Gonna see him push from here to try and close back on in. He did it in A1. Let's see if he can do it in A3. That time around, Andrew Ting with a 24.1. Andy Bishop with a 23.8. Oh, massive crash off the back straight for Andrew Ting. He absolutely flew off the track. Not sure what happened there, but that's going to allow Andy Bishop now into the lead. Caution off the back straight. Bike still seems to be in one piece. That was a huge hit for Andrew Ting off the back straightaway there. Andy Bishop now into the lead. Andrew Ting still holding on, still in the fight out there. 2.3 seconds in it between first and second. Going now towards Andy Bishop. See what Ting can do to try and close that gap back on up now. He's pushing hard. You can see body language on the bike there, leaning it through those corners. Gap last time by 2.3 down to 2.2 now. Andy with a 24.1. Ting with a 23.9. So Ting now looking quicker, trying to close the gap on in. Caution after the chicane. Caution after chicane. Stay normal line, should be fine. A little bit wide on the second chicane. Yep, thank you. Down the front straight away we go. Gap this time by 2.2 seconds. Equal lap time between first and second as they work their way down the back straight away. Game is still on. 4 minutes left on the clock. Your leader, Andy Bishop, going a little bit wide through that sweeper. It's going to lose a couple of tenths of a second there. So they work their way through the chicane. Lines it back up through the chicane, but Ting is closing from this lap. Lap last time by 2.2 seconds. It's down to 1.5 seconds. 23.8 from Ting last time around. He's closed it on in 4/10 of a second from that last lap. We're going to catch up on a bit more traffic here. Oscar, you will have first and second closing in on you shortly. So they work their way into the chicane. Josh, you'll also have leaders. Mistake there from Andy Bishop. He's on his side, trying to recover. So that'll allow Andrew Ting back on through now. Andrew back into the lead. Gap this time by 2.7 seconds the opposite way now. So Ting down the back straight. Had a huge stack down there. Only a couple of laps ago, he's found himself back into the lead now. Josh, that'll be leader on your tail. Thank you. Second place to follow shortly. So gap last time by 2.7. See what Andy has in reserve now. 2.6 takes 1/10 of a second out of Andrew Ting. Your leader working his way down the back straight away, the pink and white. Second place of Andy Bishop through the sweeper as well. He's pushing hard to try and close back on in. Advantage at the moment to Andrew Ting. Over the timing loop. Gap last time by 2.6. This time by looks to be a little bit bigger. 3.1 as Andrew Ting puts new hot lap of the race down to 23.589 when he needed it the most. Leaders coming up here. Thank you very much. Andrew Ting now starting to push hard. Build that gap right on up. 2 minutes 15 left on the clock. Bishop comes across the line this time at 24.5 against Ting's 23.8. Bishop trying to pull something out of the bag now. We'll have our leader going into the sweeper. Thank you very much. Currently sitting in the third spot is Oscar, stuck in the timer loop. Need to go over the timer loop. Over the timer loop. Over. So we got 1:45 left on the clock. Andrew Ting over Andy Bishop. Oscar in 3, Josh in 4, Paul Rooks in 5, Peter Chang in the 6th. Leader coming up here through chicane. Thank you very much. Second place still to come. Second place coming through here as well. Thank you very much. Great driving. So gap last time by was 4.1 seconds. Bishop putting down a good lap there, 24.5 against Ting's 25.0, so takes half a second out of Ting's lead. 1 minute 15 left on the clock, is still 3.6 seconds a gap though. Through the chicane goes your leader, straightened it out a little bit. Tried to start turning it in, I had to adjust it slightly as he worked his way through the chicane. A 23.8 better lap time that run around for Andrew Ting, a 23.7 for Bishop. Bishop trying to push hard out there, trying to close that gap on in. Over a straight length lead in it between Andrew Ting and Andy Bishop. 45 seconds left on the clock. Thank you, Josh. Leader coming through here. Oof. Second place to follow shortly as well. Thank you. Good avoidance skill there from Andrew Ting. Managed to just go around the outside of a toppled bike. Through onto the back straight away is your leader with 30 seconds remaining. They'll get one more lap in after this one. Leader works his way through the chicane. Just needs to keep it upright from here. Final lap, he enters now with 15 seconds left on the clock. Bishop trying to close on in still. 3.8 seconds. The gap is 10 seconds. Ticks on down.
6, 5.
Down the back straight away goes your leader. All for the win here between Ting and Bishop. Cross a line, drivers. You'll be done as your leader works his way through the final couple of corners. Only one more corner to navigate, and he'll get it done. Andrew Ting takes the win.
Andy Bishop done.
Bishop throwing everything at it. Last lap around a new hot lap, 23.573. Really threw everything he could at it. Just couldn't quite get there in the end. A great race again between Andy and Andrew. Ting coming away victorious in A3 of stock bike.
Up next, race number 9. 1/5 Superbike. A3 main. Race order is Andy Bishop, David, Ben, Brooksy, Mike Davis, Adrian Wyatt, Barry Cheatham, Eden, Graham Core.
Alrighty, up now, final race of the day, Superbike. Stock bike drivers making your way out to Marshall. We will need volunteers again. We will need some volunteers out there. Quite a few as well, please, guys. Yeah, another great race there from both Andy and Andrew.
6 minutes to the start of
Not
the race.
sure what happened to Andy going down the back straight. I couldn't see if he caught something, if he hit the grass. Man, he went for a monumental flip down the back straight. I saw him flipping from about the halfway point of the straight, and still looked like he had almost full speed going straight into the outside fence. It's lucky that it didn't break anything. It looked like it went body first into the barrier, rather than front or rear end in, so he got lucky out of that. Nonetheless, a great race there. Final race of the day here at England Park Raceway for the World Championship warm-up. Once again, if you are looking to come over for the World Championships, the facilities here don't get much better. It is a world-class facility. They have held multiple world titles here in the past. We're in sunny Queensland, Australia, located in Brisbane, Brendale to be
5
exact.
minutes to the start of the race.
Not far from the airport, probably about 15 minutes or so from the airport. Plenty of accommodation around the local area. So if you are traveling from overseas, you don't have to go far from the airport. And there is accommodation close to the track as well. Plenty of sights and sounds to look at whilst you're here as well. By all means, make sure you plan an extra day or two around the event, so that way you can go see everything around Brisbane. You got Sunshine Coast, only about an hour and a half north of Brisbane. You got the Gold Coast and all of its incredible beaches about an hour south of Brisbane here. There's a lot to see and do around the Brisbane area. Beautiful southeast Queensland, we call it. So make sure, if you are looking to come over from wherever you are coming from, book a couple extra days in. Got Australia Zoo. I know Australia Zoo is a big one to go visit as well. That's in Sunshine Coast, home of Steve Irwin, the late and great Steve Irwin. Still do all sorts of incredible shows there, including crocodile shows and the likes. Well worth the visit. Go pet some kangaroos, pet some koalas, hold a koala. There's plenty to do. Alrighty, Superbike drivers making your way up onto the stand, please. Superbike drivers making your way up onto the stand. Stock bike drivers out to Marshall, please. Stock bike drivers out to Marshall. Yeah, good suggestion there from Steve as well. Steve Mason saying Bribie Island is nice too. Yep. Hire a four-wheel drive, or you can go on a bus tour around Bribie, I believe. They do that for Fraser. I have been to Fraser a couple of times myself, and that's another incredible place to go see. I think it's the world's largest sand island, Fraser Island. Also known as Kagari. Paradise Island.
Mike Davis.
Who's won A1 and A2 in Superbike? Camo? Camo, I'm sure I saw you here only like an hour ago. So A1 and A2 have both gone to Andy Bishop. Ben Skerry is actually currently sitting second overall with 2 3s to his name. David Verruccio is currently sitting roughly third with a second and a fifth. Mike Davis is in fourth with a 6 and a 2. Paul Rooks with a 4 and a 4, currently down in P5. I think Rooksy could pull something out of the bag here.
David.
Had to leave before the first one, okay. Yeah, I saw you here earlier. Time has flown by today. It's been a great day of racing. So we're getting closer with our marshals. We can get our final few marshals into their positions. Just need 5, 6 covered. We've got 4 covered, need 3 covered, thank you. Our 1 and 2 are covered. So if we can get, looks like 1 more on position 6. If we can get 1 more on position 6, thank you very much, Oscar. Good position for you. Got strong, quick legs. Alrighty, drivers, we're going to open up the track. You got 5 minutes of warm-up. Track is open, drivers. Track is open. Steve saying, yep, come on, Rooksy, you can do it. Rooksy for the win, you reckon? Tell Rooksy to pull his, I'll just say, pull his trigger. Yeah. What's the name of that first island? Still looking to visit after the Worlds. You got Bribey Island. Bribey Island is just north of Brisbane.
Very cheaply.
So it's very close to the Brisbane area. Incredible. You can go camping there, four-wheel driving. Pretty sure there's tours available for it. The alternative one being Fraser Island, which is absolute. It's a masterpiece of an island. It's a couple of hours further north of Brisbane. Nonetheless, if you have the time to go visit it and stay a couple of days on Fraser Island, I guarantee you won't be disappointed. You won't be disappointed with Bribey Island either. They're both incredible. Caution back straight, caution back straight. Stay inside end of back straight, please. Inside end of back straight. That's all clear now. If you're looking at fishing even, like there's heaps of fishing around Bribey Island, Moreton Island, but it's now a ferry. There you go. Tangalooma, yep, you got the Tangalooma Rex.
4 minutes to the start of the race.
Plenty of dive areas around Bribey, and you got Tangalooma there. Obviously, the Tangalooma Rex is incredible for diving. Fishing is unbelievable around Bribey Island. I have a friend that runs the gutter bar, and he often goes for a flicks out the fishing rods, and often brings in some incredible fish, snapper, trevally, the odd trevally out there, heaps of tuna, all sorts of fish. So if you are looking to do it as sport fishing or anything like that, you could even go for a charter. So plenty to do around southeast Queensland. Head for a trip over the border to New South Wales. Caution in the dogleg, caution dogleg. Not quite the same as like in America where you head over the border to Mexico.
3 minutes.
Similar feel though, I think. There you go, gutter bar is a must. Yep. Yeah, one of my close school friends actually is running the gutter bar nowadays. Doing an outstanding job. I've been meaning to get back over there and enjoy a couple of drinks at the gutter bar. It's told they survived the cyclone pretty well, considering the cyclone just about sat on top of their head for a few hours. Caution on turn 3. Caution turn 3, just on the stutters. But yeah, plenty to see and do. Any questions, make sure you're asking before the end of the stream here. I'll try to answer as much as possible, whether it be racing related or tourism, general area related. By all means, ask them away. Once again, before we get this one going, we have to chuck out a huge thank you to Whole Shot Hobbies, being the main sponsor of this event. So if you want to check them out, head on over to wholeshothobbies.com.au. They are your Moto RC specialists. 1 more minute warm-up, drivers. 1 more minute for warm-up.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race."
Yep. Morton Island for the gutter bar. Alright, we'll close the front straight, guys. We'll close up the front straight, please. No more laps.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Front straight is closed. Front straight is closed. So order will be Andy Bishop, David Ruccio, Ben Skerry, Paul Rooks, Mike Davis, Adrian White, Barry, Eden, and Graham. Graham, I don't think is here. Alright, we got all of our marshals out there. We got our bikes ready to go. Drivers, watching your bikes going racing in 10 seconds. Watch your bikes.
9, 8, 7.
Yep, put it on the list.
5.
100%.
4, 3.
We are all off and running. Shap's giving them all a little bit of love with a push. Andy Bishop will kick things off here. David Verruccio in tow. Ben Skerry in the 3. Paul Rooks in the 4. Mike Davis in 5. Changing around there. Paul Rooks up the inside there of Mike Davis. Davis takes it back off him as they hit the loop. Comes to grief into turn 1 though. So the battle back out front at the moment between Andy Bishop and David Verruccio. 1 and 2 working their way through the chicane. Caution on the back straight. Caution back straight. Stay wide. Stay wide. Back straight. Stay wide. Whew. All clear now. Clear now.
9 minutes left.
So our lead's going to be catching up on traffic pretty shortly here. Through the chicane towards the main straightaway. Thank you. Second place to follow shortly afterwards. Thank you very much. Great driving. Our leaders working their way to the back straightaway now. Thank you, Andrew.
After 1 minute 35 seconds, the top drivers are Andy Bishop, David, and Ben.
1:45 down, 8:15 left to go. So our leaders working their way through traffic at the moment. Only a couple more until I get a bit more free, clean air. So your leader working his way into the chicane now. He's got clean track in front of him. One more for David Ruccio. Thank you very much. Great driving.
8 minutes.
Ben Skerry in the 3 spot. He's working his way through traffic at the moment as well. So through the chicane. Thank you very much. Coming towards the front straightaway is 3rd place of Ben Skerry. Not far out of it at all. Thank you very much. Great driving out there, guys. Keep it on up. So leader is Andy Bishop looking for the blue bike, yellow helmet. Followed by David Verruccio. The solid yellow. A little bit of black and orange thrown in there as well. 3rd place of Ben Skerry, the purple, black and orange. Andy Bishop putting down a hot lap of the race. Last time by 23.588. Extending that gap out between 1st and 2nd. Bishop that time by 23.8. This time by for Verruccio 24.5. Ben Skerry coming up on a little bit more traffic. Then he'll have clear track in front of him for a while. Down the front straightaway here, guys, putting his hot lap in at 25.0. Thank you very much. Great driving.
After 3 minutes, 10
Leader coming up here onto the front straightaway. Thank you very much. 2nd place won't be too far behind. So leader on the back straight. Look, caution before back straight. Oh, massive say. Oh, Bishop just Sending it through a pinhole there. Bikes left, right and centre. Caution on back straight. Stay wide, stay wide. All clear, all clear. Caution on back straight. Stay wide on back straight, please. Stay wide on back straight.
6 minutes left.
That's clear now. .430 down. We got 5:30 to go. Need a marshal in the middle over the right hand side. Marshal in the middle near time and loop. Closing in the halfway mark here. Andy Bishop out to a 10-second lead over David Ruccio. Another 10 seconds back will be third place of Ben Scary. Ben coming down the front straight away here. Andy following those two as well. The leader coming through, thank you. Andy Bishop going to put a lap on Ben Scary now.
5 minutes left.
Caution under the dog leg. Caution in the dog's leg. Clear now. Leaders coming through, leaders coming through. Caution onto the back straight, caution onto the back straight, run it a little bit wide. A little bit wide onto the back straight. Oh. Bishop just getting all the dice falling his way at the moment. He's had so many close calls. So Bishop leading the way out there with 15 seconds of gap between himself and Verruccio. That time around a 24.7. Caution onto the back straight. It's all clear now. Thank you very much. So leader working his way through the chicane at the moment. Plenty of room. Ooh.
4 minutes left.
You'll have third place just there as well. Thank you very much. 3:45 left on the clock, drivers. 3:45 to go. Andy Bishop with a very comfortable lead out there at the moment. He's got a lap on the field.
The top drivers are Andy Bishop, David, and Ben.
David Ruccio in the 2 spot. Ben Scary in 3. Mike Davis in 4. Paul Rooks in 5. Adrian White in 6. Eden Watson in 7. Barry in 8. Graham not running this one. Andy Bishop looking to take the clean sweep here in Superbikes.
Three minutes left.
Final 3 minutes to go here, drivers. 3 minutes left on the clock. Andy Bishop leading it away. David Ruccio in the 2. Ben Scary in 3. Mike Davis in 4. Paul Rooks in 5. Adrian White in the 6. Eden Watson in 7. Barry in 8. .230 left on the clock, drivers. 2:30 left to go. Andy Bishop still pushing hard out there with 23.9 last time around as he navigates more traffic. Second place of David Ruccio also working his way through that traffic.
After 7 minutes 56 seconds, the top drivers are Andy Bishop, David, and Ben. 2 minutes left.
Less than 2 minutes to go now, drivers. Under 2 minutes to go. Bishop across the line and slowed up that time around. A little bit of traffic there, 25.9. David Ruccio with a 24.6. He's a lap behind though. Ben Scary in the 3 spot. Currently sitting 12 seconds behind David Ruccio. Closest battle on track between Ben Skerry and Mike Davis. Davis about 4.5 seconds behind. Got one more bike over it on the... Yep. Yeah, he's on it. Caution through the chicane. Caution through the chicane. Caution after the chicane, guys. Oh. And he gets caught up in that one, so leader gets caught up. Oh, leader coming through here, guys. Please give him room. Blue car, a blue bike, yellow helmet. Plenty of room as he comes around, please. Less than a minute on the clock. Andy Bishop still holding the lead. Did have a comfortable gap. David Verruccio has managed to unlap himself out of through all of that. 35 seconds left on the clock, drivers. 35 seconds left on the clock.
After 9 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Andy Bishop, David, and Mike Davis.
Caution turn 2. Caution turn 2.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Cross the line, drivers. You will be done. Andy Bishop working his way around the final couple of corners here. Making his way to the line. Will take 3 from 3. Andy Bishop getting the clean sweep in Superbike. David Verruccio coming home in second. Mike Davis coming home in third.
Are finished. Adrian Wyatt done. The race is completed.
Thank you very much, marshals. Drivers, we're going to have our trophy presentation in about 20 or so minutes. Give it 20, 30 minutes and we'll have our trophy presentation. If anyone's willing to let me have a drive, I'll have a drive of anything, by the way. Just a little hint.
Oh. And I just push them towards the 5th scale Sunday. Like that idea?
that table, please?
Hey?
Grab that table, please.
Yeah, I'll move that one now and we'll do the presentation with it. That's mine. That's just, you can just put it maybe on the landing of upstairs. Yeah, that's going upstairs as well. Yeah, I'll swing it around just so we can get a bit of what's going on there. Just going down facing right? We want to get it over that. Oh, okay.
So if you are still tuning in, we're going to have our trophy presentation quite shortly. Once again, a massive thank you for joining us throughout this this event for the World's warm-up here at England Park. Oh, I'm getting called out. 1 second, guys. Yep. What's that?
Not a hand job, Brian.
back to the wrap. Yeah, thank you very much for joining throughout this weekend. It's been an incredible weekend. Only Saturday, I guess. We got one more day for the left of the weekend, but nonetheless, incredible qualifying day yesterday. Followed up with a great race day today. Very shortly, we're going to have our driver's presentation. Trophy giving presentation. And I will just about wrap things up here. Yeah, Steve, weather did turn out to be an absolute cracker, which is, for anyone that's watching the outside of Southeast Queensland or even Australia in general, it has been a bit of a miracle this weekend, because the whole start of this year, I think more than 3/4 of the weekends this year have been quite wet. We are luckily coming into our drier part of the year, which is good. Good news for the Worlds. But yeah, absolute cracker of a day. It wasn't too hot. It wasn't freezing cold in the morning. Just as a very light sprinkle came on through. If you are looking for any more information, whether it be tourist related or just the event itself for the World Championships, by all means, even flick myself over at Mitch on the mic a message. I'll try to get back to you as quick as possible. Or alternatively, over at England Park Raceway or David Verruccio. I'm sure any of those contacts will be there to help you out. When it comes to the racing side of things, especially David Verruccio or England Park Raceway, that one of those two will be able to flick you in the right direction. Alrighty guys, so we'll head on downstairs in a second and we'll get this trophy presentation out of the way.
Chris or Brian, can you just try and push that RJ45 connection, the network connector together better, or give it a wiggle? I'm not sure what's going on. Not connected properly. quick it back together and see what. Might have to recrimp the connector on it or something. If it can get us through this, get on the bin. Does take place that hard one.
You Pelicans want a beer?
Alright.
New Crystal. Jack's beer?
Yeah, I just want to get this sorted out.
I'll bring it up to you.
turning up. I'd like to advise everybody else as well. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank all the volunteers as well for all the efforts they put in over the weekend. Alright. So yeah, thank you all. Thank you to Dave and Wholesale Hobbies as well for supporting that and actually creating it for your part. So we look forward to the Worlds in the next few months as well. So we'll start off with the Super Moto. So in fourth place we had Peter Chain. In third place we had Mike Davis. In second place, Ian Watson. Once we've handed them all out, come back and see me. I've got boxes for you to put them into the travel plane. In first place was Adrian Wyatt. Also T2 for Adrian. So in stock bike, we'll start from the bottom. We got in sixth was Peter Chang. Fifth was Paul Brooks. Fourth was Coonsey. In third place was Oscar. Second place, and I believe this is a fiercely contested battle, Andy Bishop.
Just before you go, just a quick one. I'll do this now. Thanks to the club, it's been great for you guys to put on this and all the volunteers to help it out. Small numbers, but high competition. Congrats to Andrew, you put on a great demonstration and just pushing over hard. It's a great battle. Best race we've had all night. Thanks Dave for helping out all weekend and yeah, congrats to well done Andy.
First place, and also taking out TQ for stock bike, Andrew T.
Can't take it home, Andrew. Your bag's overloaded.
Otherwise, sharpers, you reckon? Wheel stand.
Yeah, that's probably.
Thank you. Congratulations, Jack. Well done, buddy. Yeah, right, mate. Congratulations, Andy. Well done, boys. Well done.
Oh, yeah, that's
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
well done, fellas.
Thank you.
Just before we do super bikes, so concourse for the event is Ben Scarry.
Where's Barry?
Yeah, quick thanks to Barry from Queensland guys know him. He painted the body for me. Really appreciate it. And then just a big thanks to the Queensland Club, all the volunteers that help us out the weekend. Brooksy, Mike, the racing. You kept it interesting, you made me work for it, and I was still in beaches. So well done. Yeah, I'm looking forward to coming back in August. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so
everybody, commiserations for poor old Benny, mate. You had me in the bag and just fell over at the last minute. But obviously I was better because I got there, so...
Enjoy it while it lasts.
RG went around the track unbelievably well. I'd like to really thank Dave for all his, probably Dave, slowing me down, Dave. Thank Dave from Moto Hobbies. My good mate Adrian over there, without your work, mate, you really settled my head and made me think about what I was doing a little bit differently, so it was awesome. As I say, Benny, the club in particular, our club, we do have the best club in Australia, that's all there is to it. Our facilities are the best, our track is the best, we've got a place that's unbelievable. And that's only thanks to good people, Andrew Chaplin, Paul Rooks, Jason Clark,
Mike Davies.
Jason over there. We all get in, have a good crack, and okay, in second place, David Riccio.
Thanks, I just want to say thanks to everyone that came. I was hoping for a bigger group, but still had an amazing time with everyone. I want to thank the club, Andrew, done a massive job getting the live stream going. Mitch, awesome work, mate. Everyone's loved it overseas. Not everybody's understood what the hell you're saying. Apparently they can't understand it, but they've enjoyed. They said it sounds like it's exciting, but I can't fucking understand what they're saying. All good. Yeah, thanks to all the volunteers. Yeah, yourselves, Jace, Mike, Paul, everyone that supported it, and looking forward to getting back in August with these four people. Well done to Andy, what a clinic, man. Coming for you, bud, in August. Bring it.
So, taking out first place, ATQ, Superbike, Andy Bishop.
Got enough hands? I don't think we're looking at you, do they?
But these guys that have all turned up, video has been analysed for all the time. Thanks, Mitch. You've been giving from the
real Mike Davies.
Never gonna hear the end of it. Say hi to everyone. G'day everyone. We're waiting for you. Good. Thank you.
Just to finish off, I did just forget one person, probably most important person of all at one stage, Mitch and the mic. So thank you, Mitch, for all your commentary.
Right, yeah, well done.
And we're actually looking forward to having you here for the World and for the couple other events we've got off to this year, so should be good. Thank you. For those guys that have got all the trophies, come and grab your box and put them in, say thank you. That's it. Thank you all for coming.
Safe travel. Safe travel, everyone. Thanks, everyone.
I've never done a Saturday finish. I feel like I could go home quickly, get some rest. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, really?
One last fire up and then I'll I'll get the wireless mics sorted out. Yep. Before the next event. Yeah, all great job.
Alright, so that is a wrap here at England Park Raceway. A massive thank you to everyone who has joined in throughout the event here for the RC Bike World Championship warm-up. Once again, a massive thank you has to go out to Whole Shot Hobbies, our main sponsor for this event. If you are looking to come over for the World Championships, by all means, it is going to be an awesome event. The dates for that, August the 3rd through to the 9th. So if you are looking to book in nice and early. I believe the entries for the Bike World Championships opens next weekend. Keep an eye out for that. Probably a good chance to have a look over at England Park Raceway's Facebook page. Yes, Steve put a mic next to the podium. Yes, that we were just talking about that. Shaps is all over it. He's looking right into that right now, as we speak. So yeah, once again, a massive thank you to everyone that has joined us throughout this event. It's been a great event. Looking for bigger and better things come the world. I'm sure we'll get a lot of international drivers making the trip over. We're looking forward to that. I know there is a lot of other drivers from around Australia, from what I've heard, that are going to be making the trip as well. So once again, thank you very much for joining us throughout this weekend. A massive thank you to Whole Shot Hobbies for being the main sponsor. Big thank you to all the committee here at England Park Raceway for helping make this event run. And obviously David Verruccio for being the driving force for getting it right here in Australia. Until next time, guys.